1. Listen carefully. You are not standing in this moment by accident. The scroll of heaven has been turning, and now your page is being read aloud in the Spirit. You are awakening to the truth that you were never ordinary, never random, never just another face in the crowd. You have been set apart for a time such as this. Inside you, the stirring has always been there. In the quiet hours, when no one was watching, you felt it. When others seemed content with blending in, something in you would not rest. That tension was never a flaw. It was evidence that you were marked for more. Heaven planted in you a seed of destiny. And now the soil of your soul begins to break open. Think of a seed beneath the ground. To the surface, it looks forgotten, smothered by dirt, pressed under weight. Yet below, unseen roots spread. Silent power builds. And then one day the shell cracks open. What looked like death reveals life. This is your moment. You were hidden, but never abandoned. You were pressed down, but not destroyed. You were in preparation, not punishment. I once knew of a young man who felt invisible. Opportunities passed him by. People underestimated him. And even those closest to him could not see his value. For years, he carried that weight in silence. Yet in the secret place, he began to pray deeper, listen sharper, and train his spirit for something bigger. When the shift finally came, the same voices that once dismissed him had to admit God's hand had been shaping him all along. His story is not unique, it mirrors your own. Delay is not denial. You may be asking, why is my road so hard? Why has the battle been unrelenting? Hear this clearly. The intensity of your warfare is proof of the magnitude of your calling. The enemy never invests energy in empty vessels. Every betrayal, every sleepless night, every silent tear, they all bear witness that you carry a destiny too heavy for darkness to ignore. Picture a torch carried through a storm. Rain lashes, winds howl, but the flame keeps burning. The darker the night grows, the more precious that flame becomes. You are that torch. The fire within you is not borrowed from men, it is sustained by heaven. The Word of God says in the first letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 12, "Let no one despise you for your youth, but set the believers an example in speech, in conduct, in love, faith, and purity." Do you see it? Heaven is not concerned with the labels others place on you, whether they call you too young, too old, too broken, too late. It does not matter. What matters is that you were chosen, and you are being raised as a living example. Your speech, your conduct, your love, your faith, your purity, these are the weapons that testify to your calling. Chosen one. The shift has already begun. Doors that resisted you will not hold forever. Strength is returning where you thought it was gone. The unseen alignment of heaven's design is moving in your favor. Soon, you will walk into spaces built in answer to prayers you prayed in silence. Your scars are not shameful. They are proof that you survived battles designed to bury you. Your questions are not weakness. They are invitations to deeper revelation. Your testimony is not small. It is the key to unlocking chains for others. You are more than a survivor. You are a weapon forged in fire. Think of a key being cut. Each sharp edge, each painful strike of metal against blade, is shaping it for one specific lock. Your trials have cut into you, yes, but they have also shaped you perfectly for doors no one else can open. Soon, you will stand before locks designed for your life alone. So now, I will not tell you to shout or to prove anything. I will ask you simply to breathe these words in your heart. I am awake. I am chosen. I am ready. This whisper, spoken from faith, resounds louder in heaven than any noise on earth. If this message has struck a chord in your spirit, pause. Do not rush past it. Let it rest deep inside you. And when you feel ready, I invite you to respond in faith. Comment below the number 777. A prophetic act declaring divine completion is unfolding in your life. And if this word has confirmed what you already sensed, that you are not forgotten, that you are awakening, then I encourage you, like this message, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe so you stay connected to what heaven is speaking. This is not just content, it is alignment. The awakening has begun, and you are rising. Chosen one. You must understand this. Awakening is not only about your personal breakthrough, it is about the ripple effect your obedience will cause. Like a stone cast into still waters, your life will send waves far beyond what your eyes can see. People you have never met will find strength because you chose to rise today. Entire families, entire generations will trace their freedom back to the moment you said yes. This is why the battle has been so fierce. The enemy was never fighting you for what you were in the past. He was fighting you for what you are becoming. Every attack was an attempt to silence your future, to dim the light you carry. But here you stand, not destroyed, not forgotten, but chosen and awakened. That alone is a testimony. Remember this: the God who called you is faithful to complete the work he began in you. What feels unfinished in your life is already written in heaven as complete. You are walking into alignment, step by step, carried by grace that cannot fail. So lift your head, breathe deep, and step forward. The shift has begun, and the heavens are watching with joy as you rise into who you were always meant to be. Chosen one. The fire that rests upon your life is not ordinary. Every trial, every hardship, every crushing season has been a forge. You have walked through flames not to be consumed, but to be marked. You bear the imprint of divine fire, a seal of destiny that cannot be erased. Fire has always been God's signature in the stories of the chosen. Think of Moses, who stood before a bush, burning yet not consumed. Think of Elijah, who called fire down from heaven to prove the true God before a wavering nation. Fire is not just destruction, it is purification, confirmation, and revelation. The fire you faced in life was never meant to kill you. It was meant to brand you with heaven's mark, to declare before every principality that you belong to the Almighty. I remember hearing about a woman who endured years of ridicule. Her friends walked away. Her finances collapsed. Her health declined. She said, it felt like she was living in a furnace where the heat never stopped. But something remarkable happened. Instead of breaking, she discovered a strength she never knew she had. When she emerged from that season, her words carried a weight that silenced doubt. People who once mocked her now leaned in to listen. Because she carried fire-tested authority, her scars became sermons. Her story mirrors yours. You have been through the furnace not for destruction, but for distinction. Your destiny has been branded with divine fire. You can feel it in the way ordinary conversations no longer satisfy you. You hunger for deeper truths, for a higher calling, for a life that matters beyond survival. That hunger is the flame inside you, demanding to be fed. Many will run from the fire. You have chosen to endure it. And now, you shine with a light that cannot be ignored. There is an image I see, a piece of gold buried in stone. At first glance, the rock looks common, unremarkable, but when the fire comes, the impurities melt, and the gold reveals its brilliance. That is what your life has been: layers of pain, misunderstanding, and rejection have surrounded you. But the fire has exposed the treasure within. You were never just the stone, you were always the gold. The ancient words remind us in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9. I will put this third into the fire, and refine. They will call my name, and I will answer. The Lord is my God. Do you hear it? Refining is not punishment, it is proof of belonging. The fact that you endured the fire is evidence that you are His. The flames that seemed unbearable have purified your faith, making it unshakable. You may feel weaker on the outside, but within, your spirit has become like steel. That is the paradox of divine fire. It strips away what is temporary to reveal what is eternal. Chosen one. The fire that branded you has also prepared you. You now carry authority others cannot imitate. When you speak of endurance, it is not theory, it is survival. When you speak of hope, it is not cliché, it is the oxygen that carried you through smoke and flames. When you declare God's faithfulness, it is not borrowed, it is carved into your very being. People may doubt theology, but they cannot deny testimony, and your life is becoming a living testimony of fire. Let me draw another picture. Imagine a blacksmith shaping a sword. The blade is plunged into fire, then hammered on the anvil, back into the fire, hammered again, over and over, until the steel is unbreakable. That sword is only useful because of its time in the flames. Likewise, you have been in and out of furnaces, seasons of heat, pressure, and pounding, but the end result is strength. You are no longer fragile. You are forged. This explains why others could not understand your journey. They only saw the flames and assumed you were being punished. But heaven saw the process and declared you were being prepared. You were not losing, you were being refined. And now, you carry a mark that sets you apart from the ordinary. There is also beauty in the timing of fire. Notice how the furnace seasons came when you least expected them. That is no accident. Fire always arrives to prepare for a new chapter. Look back, and you will see. Each trial preceded a shift. Each heat wave carried a hidden promotion. Even now, the fire you endured is unlocking the doorway to your next level. You would not be ready for what is ahead had you not walked through the furnace behind you. Chosen one. Let this truth settle in you. The mark of fire is not a scar of shame. It is a seal of strength. You do not need to hide it. You do not need to apologize for it. You wear it as proof that you belong to a kingdom unshakable. You may still feel the smell of smoke clinging to your memory. But remember the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They walked into the furnace bound, yet when they came out, not even the scent of fire clung to them. That is your promise too. You will emerge, without the residue of what tried to destroy you. And now, you stand on the other side of the flames, marked forever by divine fire. This seal distinguishes you from the crowd. This brand whispers to every realm, seen and unseen, that you are chosen. You carry authority because you carry scars. You walk with weight because you walked through flames. You are a living witness that what the enemy meant for evil, God has turned for good. So, walk boldly. Do not hide your fire-marked story. It is not weakness. It is weaponry. Every flame you endured has branded you with unshakable destiny. The mark of fire upon your life is heaven's signature that you are chosen, prepared, and unstoppable. Chosen one. There are seasons when silence seems louder than thunder. Times when the wilderness stretches so wide that every step feels lonely. Every prayer unanswered. Every night endless. And yet, it is in the wilderness that God's whispers become most clear. Do not mistake his quietness for absence. He has been near you all along, guiding you through the very terrain that others could not survive. The wilderness is not punishment, it is preparation. Israel wandered 40 years in the desert, not because God forgot them, but because the desert was shaping them into a people who could carry the promise. In the same way, your wilderness has been shaping you. Every day of waiting has been a chiseling, removing what cannot go with you into your next level. I once spoke with a man who endured years of silence from heaven. He begged for direction, longed for confirmation, but all he found was stillness. At first, he thought he was abandoned, but later, he realized the silence forced him to dig deeper, to anchor his trust, not in constant signs, but in the certainty of God's character. By the time his breakthrough came, his faith was no longer fragile. It was rooted like a tree that had weathered drought. His story is a mirror for yours. Waiting has made your roots deeper than you know. The wilderness teaches you to hear differently. When the noise of crowds disappears, your spirit learns to recognize the subtle tones of God's voice, the nudges, the impressions, the soft whispers that can guide you more surely than thunder ever could. That is why you are being refined in this silence. You are learning the language of whispers, the rhythm of heaven's heart. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Hosea. Chapter 2, verse 14. Therefore, behold, I will allure her, and bring her into the wilderness, and speak tenderly to her. Do you see it? The wilderness is not abandonment, but invitation. God himself says he draws his chosen ones into solitude to speak tenderly to them. The very place you thought was barren has been the chamber of his voice. The wilderness strips away the counterfeit so that only the true remains. Think of it like an eagle's training ground. Before young eagles can soar, they are pushed from the comfort of the nest into the empty air. The fall feels terrifying, but it is in that very drop that their wings find strength. Without the push, there is no flight. Your wilderness has been that push. Painful, yes. Lonely, yes. But without it, you would never discover the wings God has given you. Chosen one. I know the silence has been hard. I know the waiting has stretched you thin. But look again. In that stillness, you have learned to stand on faith, not feelings. In that dryness, you have discovered rivers hidden underground. In that loneliness, you have found a companionship that no betrayal can steal his presence with you in the desert. And now, you carry something rare, wilderness, wisdom. When you emerge, your words will not be shallow. They will drip with the weight of survival. Your prayers will not be light. They will thunder with authority. Your faith will not be fragile. It will be fire, tested, desert-hardened, unshakable. So, pause here, and let this truth sink in. You are not lost. You are being led. The wilderness was never the destination. It was the classroom. And you have been learning lessons that will sustain you on mountains others will never reach. If this word resonates in your spirit, I want you to take a bold step of agreement. Comment these 3 words below. My faith grows. This is more than just writing a phrase. It is a prophetic declaration. When you type it, you are testifying that even in the wilderness, your trust is being stretched. Your roots are digging deeper, and your faith is maturing beyond what feelings can dictate. You are declaring to heaven and to your own soul that the silence has not weakened you, it has strengthened you. When you declare, my faith grows, you are choosing to see your wilderness as a womb, not a grave. A womb is hidden, dark, and often uncomfortable, but it is the place where new life forms. Your waiting has been exactly that, a hidden space where God has been shaping what is yet to come. To the outside world, it may look like delay, but to heaven, it is gestation. Something powerful is developing inside you. By speaking, my faith grows, you also disarm the lies of the enemy. He has whispered to you that silence means abandonment, that waiting means failure, that unanswered prayers mean rejection. But when you respond with faith, you overturn his lies. You declare that even in silence, God is speaking. Even in stillness, God is moving. Even in delay, God is preparing. Faith in the wilderness is like water in a desert. It sustains where nothing else can. And every drop matters. Each prayer whispered, each tear shed, each step taken in trust, they all add weight to your testimony. You are being built into someone unshakable, someone whose very presence will carry authority because you endured. So let these words be your banner. My faith grows. Say them when the silence stretches. Say them when the night feels long. Say them when your heart trembles. And every time you do, know this heaven hears you. And your wilderness is birthing strength you never imagined. Chosen one. The battles you have faced were never random. They were strategic. They were not simply hardships or bad luck. They were assignments of darkness designed to keep you from stepping into your inheritance. The enemy recognized the weight of your calling even before you did. And so the war began. Not after you rose, but from the very beginning of your story. This is the battle over your birthright. Every chosen vessel throughout history has walked this path. Jacob wrestled in the womb. David was chased by spears before he ever wore the crown. And Jesus himself was hunted in infancy. Why? Because birthrights threatened kingdoms of darkness. The moment you were marked as chosen, opposition began. The battle was not about who you were, then it was about who you were, destined to become. Think about it like this. When a seed is planted, weeds immediately compete for its space. The soil becomes a battleground, not because the seed has already grown, but because it carries the potential of a forest. That is your life. From childhood, resistance surrounded you. The misunderstandings, the betrayals, The cycles of rejection, they were weeds attempting to choke your growth before it even began. But the very fact you are still here proves something. Your seed has survived. I recall the story of a young woman who grew up under constant opposition. Her family dismissed her dreams. Her teachers said she lacked ability, and her peers mocked her faith. At times, she almost believed them. Yet, deep inside, a whisper reminded her she was meant for more. Every battle seemed to tear her apart. But what was really happening was refinement. By the time she entered adulthood, she carried a strength that silenced every voice that once ridiculed her. What tried to suffocate her birthright only proved she was born for destiny. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 17, "Now if we are children, then we are heirs, heirs of God and co-heirs with Christ, if indeed we share in his sufferings, in order that we may also share in his glory." This verse does not hide the reality. Inheritance and suffering are intertwined. To be an heir means to carry a birthright. And to carry a birthright means you will face battles. But the battles are not signs of defeat. They are the proof that glory is attached to your name. Chosen one. Your birthright is not something you earn, it is something you inherit. You were written into the will of heaven long before you breathed your first breath. The enemy's strategy has been to trick you into forfeiting it, to make you believe you are unworthy, unwanted, unqualified. But hear this, what God has decreed as your inheritance cannot be erased by lies. Imagine a crown locked in a chest with your name engraved on it. No matter how many years pass, no matter how many enemies circle, that crown does not change ownership. It is yours by decree. The only question is whether you will rise to claim it. That is why the battle has been so intense. The enemy cannot steal the crown, but he hopes to weary you into leaving it untouched. The struggle you feel now is not random. It is inheritance warfare. Your finances, your relationships, your identity, all have been battlegrounds because your birthright touches them all. Each fight has been aimed at convincing you to abandon what is rightfully yours. Yet, despite it all, you remain. And that endurance itself is victory. Think again of Jacob, wrestling through the night with the angel. He refused to let go until he received his blessing. His hip was dislocated, his body weakened, but his spirit held firm. That is the posture of a true heir. You may limp, but you will not let go. Your persistence is stronger than the pressure. Chosen one. You must also see the pattern. The greater the birthright, the fiercer the battle. Do not despise the intensity of your struggles. They are proportionate to the magnitude of your inheritance. Others may not understand why your life feels harder, why your road has been rougher, but it is because your crown carries more weight. There is a hidden beauty in this truth. The very warfare you face now is sharpening you to carry the authority attached to your birthright. Without the struggle, you would not develop the discernment needed to protect your inheritance. Without the resistance, you would not gain the strength required to bear the responsibility. The battle has been your teacher, preparing you for the weight of what is coming. I see your life like a bow being pulled back. The tension increases. The string strains, and it feels as though something might break. But the pull is not punishment. It is preparation for launch. The further the bow is drawn, the farther the arrow will fly. Your birthright is the target, and every pull of resistance is preparing to propel you into it with force. So, Do not misinterpret your warfare, the attacks on your mind, the battles in your spirit, the weariness in your body. These are signs of proximity. No thief wastes energy on an empty vault. The fact that darkness has pursued you so relentlessly is confirmation that treasure rests within you. You must also know this: the birthright is not just personal, it carries generational weight. What you inherit, your children will walk in. What you claim, others after you will enjoy. That is why the enemy tried to end your story before it began, because he knew the impact of your inheritance would outlive you. Chosen one, you are standing at a critical point. The war over your birthright is not ending, but you are learning to fight with wisdom. You are no longer confused by resistance. You are no longer deceived by lies. You are awake to the truth. You are an heir, and what heaven has decreed is already yours. Let this assurance settle in you. The battle is real, but so is the inheritance. The warfare is fierce, but so is the glory to come. You will not leave empty-handed. You will not forfeit what has been written in your name. You will walk into the fullness of your birthright, marked, sealed, and unstoppable. Chosen one. Can you feel it? The air around you is shifting, something unseen, like the first stirrings of wind before a storm, is brushing against your spirit. Prophetic winds are rising. These winds are not here to destroy, but to move, to carry, to position you where your destiny has been waiting. Think about how sailors once traveled across vast oceans. They had no engines, no technology, no guarantees. They had only the wind. A single gust could change everything. When the sails caught the breeze, ships that were once still began to glide with ease. That is what is happening in your life right now. The sails of your spirit are being filled with a new wind, and the places you could never reach in your own strength will suddenly come within reach. For years, it may have felt like you were paddling against the current, exhausted, moving inch by inch. But now, the prophetic wind of God is rising behind you. It will not erase your effort, but it will multiply your progress. What would have taken you years will happen in moments, because the breath of heaven is carrying you forward. The book of John, chapter 3, verse 8, tells us this: "The wind blows where it wishes, and you hear its sound, but you do not know where it comes from or where it goes. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit." And do you understand what this means? The Spirit moves in ways that cannot be controlled. Yet his movement is undeniable. You may not always predict how or when the shift comes, but you will feel it. And when it comes, everything changes. Chosen one. You are stepping into alignment with this wind. Old blockages are lifting. Situations that seemed immovable are being carried away. Just as dry leaves are swept from the ground in autumn, the weight that has clung to you is being blown off your shoulders. The prophetic wind is repositioning you for what is next. Let me tell you a story. There was a man who worked tirelessly for years, trying to build a dream that always seemed just out of reach. Every step forward came with resistance. Every small gain felt fragile. But one day, in a moment he did not expect, things shifted. An opportunity arrived. Connections formed, and doors swung open. What he could not force through his own striving came easily when the right wind began to blow. He said later, "It was as if God breathed on my life, and everything changed." That same wind is rising for you. But here's the truth. Winds can be wasted if the sails are never raised. A ship with its sails tied will remain still, no matter how strong the breeze. That is why this moment requires your readiness. Lift your sails, your faith, your obedience, your openness, and let the Spirit carry you. This is also why we come together here. Through messages like these, it is a way of lifting sails collectively, of creating space where the prophetic wind can move across many lives at once. Every like, every share, every subscription. These are not small gestures. They are ways of spreading the sails wider, allowing this word to reach hearts that are drifting and need to catch the same wind. And for those who feel led, there is another way to be part of this journey through giving. Hear me clearly. This is not pressure, not a demand, not a condition. This is invitation. Giving is like pouring water into a river that carries boats safely to shore. Each drop adds to the current, ensuring that others who are weary can find the flow of hope. Think of a lighthouse standing on the shore. Its light guides ships through stormy nights, preventing wrecks and saving lives. But for the light to keep shining, someone must tend the lamp, refuel it, and maintain it. That is what your donation does. It keeps the lighthouse burning, so that others lost in darkness can find their way. Your support, whether through prayer, encouragement, or donating, is never wasted. It becomes part of the very wind God uses to carry hope further. And I assure you, no gift, no act of kindness, no seed sown goes unnoticed by heaven. So, if this message has stirred your heart, let it be more than a moment. Like, share, subscribe, and if you feel it, donate, not out of pressure, but out of the joy of fueling the flame and adding water to the river that carries hope into faraway places. Chosen one, the prophetic winds are rising. Lift your sails, step into the flow, and watch as God carries you to places you never thought you could reach. And remember this, winds do not come by accident. They are timed by the hand of God. Just as seasons shift from winter to spring, so does your life move from stillness into motion when heaven breathes. The prophetic wind you feel now is not weak. It is mighty, steady, and sure. Do not fear its force. Embrace it. You are not being tossed aimlessly. You are being carried with precision. So let your spirit rest. You do not need to force what God is already moving. Trust the wind. Trust the timing. Trust the one who commands the breeze and calms the storm. Your journey is about to accelerate in ways you never imagined. Chosen one. You may not realize it, but heaven has been holding a hidden blueprint over your life. While you have been wondering why things happened the way they did, why doors closed, why relationships ended, why opportunities slipped away, the master architect has been drawing lines, placing markers, and designing pathways that only make sense when the whole plan is revealed. You see only fragments, but God sees the full design. A builder does not show every detail of the blueprint to those passing by. Only the architect knows how each wall, each angle, each foundation stone will fit together. In the same way, your life has been guided by lines drawn in heaven long before you could ever see them. At times, you may have felt like you were wandering aimlessly, yet each turn, each pause, each unexpected change was part of alignment. Just as rivers carve valleys over centuries, God has been carving the path of your destiny with precision. What felt like detours were actually hidden corridors leading you toward your purpose. Let me share with you the story of a man who once told me his testimony. He said that for years, nothing made sense. Every time he tried to build something, his business, his relationships, even his ministry, it seemed to crumble. He wept, thinking God had abandoned him. But years later, when a new door opened and his path became clear, he realized every failure had removed what was not meant to stand. The blueprint was hidden, but it was never absent. His story is also yours. You are not moving randomly. You are walking a path already designed. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 9, in their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. No, take comfort in this. Your plans may have shifted, but your steps have never been wasted. Even your missteps have been absorbed into the blueprint. What you thought was delay was redirection. What you thought was failure was foundation work. The master builder does not discard material. He repurposes it. Chosen one. The blueprint has been hidden not to frustrate you, but to protect you. If you had seen the entire design too early, you might have rushed ahead, built without foundation, or abandoned the process when it seemed too overwhelming. God reveals only what you need for each season, like a lantern lighting the next few steps in the dark. That way, you learn to trust the builder rather than the building. Picture an artist painting a masterpiece. Up close, you see strokes that look chaotic, lines that seem out of place, colors that clash. But step back, and suddenly the picture comes alive. That is your life. What looks like chaos from your view is beauty from God's. The hidden blueprint also explains why certain people had to leave. They were not part of the foundation. Their presence would have weakened the structure. You thought their exit was rejection, but it was actually protection. You cried over their absence, but heaven smiled because your building could not stand with the wrong stones in place. Chosen one, I want you to embrace this truth. You are under construction. The scaffolding around you may look messy, but the end result will be magnificent. Others may not understand what is happening in your life because they cannot see the blueprint, but you can rest in the knowledge that the architect does not make mistakes. And here is the beauty. You are not just a building, you are also a builder. The lessons you are learning in your hidden season will become tools you use to help others. You will show them how to trust the process, how to see beyond chaos into order, how to surrender their walls to the architect who sees all. There is an image I cannot shake. The construction of cathedrals in ancient times. Some took centuries to complete, and many builders never saw the finished product. Yet each stone laid was part of a vision larger than their lifetime. In the same way, your obedience now may plant seeds for generations to come. You are part of a story much bigger than yourself. So, when you wonder, why am I here? Why am I waiting? Remember the hidden blueprint. Heaven is aligning things you cannot yet see. Foundations are being strengthened. Walls are being measured. And soon, the covering will be lifted, and you will step into a reality that has been prepared all along. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and let this assurance wash over you. Nothing has been wasted. Not the delays, not the tears, not the detours. The architect has used it all. Your life is not a pile of disconnected fragments. It is a design in progress. And now, as an act of prophetic agreement, I want to invite you into something simple, yet powerful. Comment the number 444 below. This number is often seen as a sign of divine order and foundation. When you type it, you are declaring, I trust the hidden blueprint. I believe my steps are established. I accept the order heaven is building into my life. It is not superstition. It is a prophetic sign, a way of aligning your faith with the unseen design. This act may feel small, but it is a way of lifting your voice in agreement with the architect of your destiny. Each time you see those numbers, let them remind you, your life is being built stone by stone, day by day, into something unshakable. Chosen one. Rest in this truth. The blueprint may be hidden, but the builder is faithful. And when the covering is finally removed, you will see with your own eyes that every tear, every delay, every closed door was part of a masterpiece. Chosen one. Do you realize how much weight you have carried? More than most. You have borne burdens that others could not survive. And you have done it often in silence. People may have seen your smile, but few ever glimpsed the heaviness pressing against your soul. Yet here you stand, still moving, still breathing, still holding on. That in itself is a miracle. Carrying more than most has been both your pain and your proof. It is the evidence that you were never ordinary. Ordinary vessels cannot withstand extraordinary weight. If your shoulders have felt heavy, it is because heaven trusted you with assignments others were never meant to touch. Think of an ancient bridge spanning a roaring river. Not every bridge is built the same. Some are crafted for pedestrians, light and fragile, while others are engineered to carry caravans, horses, wagons, and armies. The weight they can hold depends on the strength of their design. You, chosen one, are like that bridge. The reason you have endured more pressure than others is because you were built to carry more. And yes, sometimes you questioned, why me? Why must I endure this? Why does my path always seem heavier? Those questions are not weakness, they are part of your humanity. Even Jesus, carrying the cross up Golgotha's hill, stumbled under its weight. Yet his stumble was not failure. It was proof of the crushing burden he bore for others. In your own life, the heaviness you carried has often been for the sake of more than just yourself. The Word of God reminds us in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 2, carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. End of 20. This verse does not mean you are responsible for saving the world. It means your life has been fashioned to lift, to intercede, to stand in the gap. Many times, your prayers have carried others who did not even know you were praying. Many times, your endurance has kept a door open for people who would later walk through. That is why your load has felt heavier, because it was not only yours. I recall the story of a woman who told me she spent her nights praying for her children, her neighbors, even strangers. She did it quietly, never seeking recognition. Yet one by one, those she prayed for began to testify of breakthroughs, of freedom from addictions, of unexpected provision. They had no idea she was on her knees for them. She carried weight that was never visible, and heaven recorded it all. You are much like her, carrying silently, carrying faithfully, carrying with love. The unseen burdens are often the most difficult. People celebrate visible victories, but overlook the hidden struggles. They applaud achievements without realizing the nights you went without sleep, the tears you wiped away in silence, the strength you summoned from places you did not know you had. But God saw. He counted every tear, measured every weight, and noted every sacrifice. Carrying more than most has also produced something inside you: compassion. You know what it feels like to walk heavy, so you never mock those who stumble. Instead, you reach out with gentleness, offering strength where you can. That compassion is not weakness, it is your greatest strength. It makes you a safe place for broken hearts, a refuge for weary souls. Picture a tree standing tall in a storm. Its branches may whip and bend, but its roots go deep. Those roots not only hold the tree but also create shade, shelter, and fruit for others. Your burdens have driven your roots deep. Now, even in storms, you remain standing, and others find refuge in your shade. Chosen one, let this truth sink in. The heaviness you carried has not been wasted. It has been shaping you into someone unshakable. Your back may feel scarred, but those scars are the marks of strength. Your spirit may feel weary, but that weariness is evidence of endurance. The very weight that tried to break you has built you, and here is the hidden beauty. When God entrusts you with much weight, He also prepares a season of release. The load you carry now is not forever. Just as farmers lay down their tools after harvest, there comes a time when God lifts burdens and restores strength. Do not think your life will always be defined by heaviness. The same God who allows you to carry will also allow you to rest. Sometimes, carrying more than most also reveals who is truly with you. When your path grows heavy, shallow connections fade away. Only those anchored in love remain. Though painful, this has protected you. It has shown you the difference between spectators and companions, between opportunists and covenant keepers. The weight has filtered your circle. There is also this: the burdens you have carried have placed a mantle upon your life, a mantle of authority. When you speak now, you carry weight. Your words do not fall empty, because they come from a place of lived endurance. You are not just repeating theories, you are testifying from trenches. That authority cannot be bought or borrowed. It is forged under pressure. Chosen one, I want you to see yourself differently. Stop interpreting your heaviness as weakness. Begin to see it as evidence of trust. Heaven trusted you with this load because you could be relied upon to carry it without abandoning your faith. Others might have collapsed, but you kept walking. Others might have cursed God, but you kept believing. That faith under weight is precious. It is a fragrance rising before the throne. Think of athletes in training. The heavier the weights they lift, the stronger they become. Each repetition tears the muscle slightly, but in healing, the muscle grows larger, stronger, more capable. Spiritually, this has been your journey. Each burden stretched you, tore you, and hurt you. But in the healing, you became stronger. Now you can lift more, endure more, and carry more with grace. And soon, what was weight will become witness. The testimony of your endurance will inspire others. The heaviness that once felt unbearable will turn into words of encouragement that lift someone else's load. You will look back and realize, I did not carry it in vain. So, breathe deeply. Acknowledge the heaviness, but also honor the strength it has produced. You are not just a survivor, you are a carrier, a lifter, a bridge, a refuge. Your story is not defined by weight, but by the endurance that turned burden into blessing. Chosen one, carry this truth forward. The weight you bore proves the strength you hold. And one day, when the burden is lifted, you will see clearly that every heavy step was part of your divine preparation. Chosen one, there is something I need you to understand deeply. You are standing closer to breakthrough than you think. Delay has stretched you. Waiting has tested you. And disappointment has knocked on your door again and again. Yet in this very moment, you are only one step away. Breakthrough is not as distant as your feelings have told you. It is near, pressing against the unseen veil, ready to spill over into your reality. Think of a woman in the final stages of labor. The pain intensifies. The contractions grow closer. The weight feels unbearable. It is in those final moments, when the body feels weakest, that new life is closest. The struggle does not mean failure. It means birth is at hand. In the same way, the pressure you feel is not proof of abandonment, but of nearness. Something long carried inside you is about to emerge. You have endured seasons where promises seemed to mock you. Perhaps you prayed for healing, for restoration, for opportunities, and yet the heavens felt silent. You wondered if your voice reached beyond your own walls. But I tell you, every word, every whisper, every tear has been recorded. Nothing has been wasted. The silence was not rejection, it was preparation. The Word of God declares in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision is yet for the appointed time, it hastens toward the goal and it will not fail, though it delays. Wait for it will certainly come. It will not delay." And these words pierce through doubt like light through clouds. The vision is appointed. The timing is divine. Delay does not mean denial. What heaven has written cannot be erased. And when the moment arrives, nothing can hold it back. Chosen one, I want you to think of the farmer who sows seed into the soil. For months, he sees nothing but empty ground. Doubt whispers, nothing is happening. Yet beneath the surface, roots are forming, strength is building, and life is preparing to push through. When the rain falls and the sun shines, the breakthrough is sudden, visible, undeniable. Your life has been in that underground stage. What you could not see was the preparation for what will soon break the surface. Many times, breakthrough comes disguised as breaking. You lost relationships you thought you could not live without. You walked away from jobs you believed were secure. You watched dreams collapse like sandcastles before the tide. At first, it felt like destruction. But later, you realized those losses made room for better things. The breaking was the making. The tearing down was clearing space for building up. Consider the story of Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, forgotten in prison, yet each step of breaking was also a step toward breakthrough. By the time the palace doors opened, Joseph could look back and see the pattern. The very things meant to destroy him positioned him for his destiny. You, too, will look back and see the same. Breakthrough often arrives suddenly, but it is never random. The suddenness is the fruit of long, hidden preparation. Just as a dam holds back water, until the pressure is too great, then bursts in a flood. So, your prayers, your endurance, your obedience have been building pressure, and when the moment comes, it will feel sudden, but it will be the overflow of everything stored in silence. There is a picture I see, a door locked with rusted hinges. For years, you have knocked, pushed, prayed, and it did not budge. But what you did not know is that every push, every prayer, every act of faith loosened the rust. The door may have looked stubborn, but it was weakening. Now, with just one more touch, it will swing wide. That one step, perhaps the smallest one, will bring the breakthrough you have long awaited. Chosen one. You must resist the temptation to quit here. Many stop just before the door opens. They grow weary in the final stretch and abandon the path, not realizing they were one step away. Do not let that be your story. Hold steady. Keep walking. Even if your steps are slow, even if your strength feels thin, keep moving. Breakthrough often meets those who simply refuse to stop. I recall a story of a runner who entered a marathon near the end. His legs trembled, his breath burned, and he wanted to collapse. Yet as he turned a final corner, the finish line appeared sooner than he expected. The crowd erupted, cheering him to the end. Later, he said, "If I had quit at that last corner, I would have missed the glory waiting just a few feet away." That is the season you are in, the corner before the finish line. Chosen one. You may feel stretched to your limit, but know this: limits are where miracles begin. When your strength ends, God's power is revealed. When your wisdom fails, His direction shines. When your resources dry up, His provision flows. Breakthrough is not built on your ability alone. It is built on His faithfulness. The waiting has been long, but it has not been wasted. It has made you stronger, deeper, wiser. You are no longer who you were when the journey began. The very delay has prepared you to handle what is coming. If the breakthrough had come earlier, you might not have been ready to carry it, but now you are. So let this truth settle in your soul. You are closer than you think. Breakthrough is not a distant dream. It is near. It is pressing. It is moving toward you. Even as you move toward it, your one more step may be the one that unlocks it all. Hold steady. Chosen one. The dam is about to break. The seed is about to sprout. The vision is about to manifest. Do not give up. Now you are standing on the threshold of breakthrough. Chosen one. Have you noticed how often God speaks through signs? Not always through thunder, not always through fire, but in subtle ways, moments that seem like coincidence yet echo with divine fingerprints. You have walked through seasons where dreams repeated themselves, where numbers seemed to follow you, where phrases from strangers carried answers you had prayed for in silence. These were not accidents. They were the language of signs. God has always spoken this way. Think of Gideon, who asked for dew on the fleece while the ground remained dry, and then reversed it the next night. Think of the wise men who followed a star across deserts, guided by light in the night sky. Signs are heaven's way of confirming what your heart already knows. They are not meant to replace faith, but to strengthen it. I remember a story of a woman who was at her breaking point. She sat in her car one night, crying out for a sign that God still saw her. Just then, the radio played a song with lyrics, echoing the exact words she had whispered moments before. She knew immediately it was not random. It was heaven reminding her she was not forgotten. You too have lived moments like this, though perhaps you brushed them off as chance. The ancient words recorded in Job, chapter 33, verses 14 and 15, remind us, for God does speak, now one way, now another, in a dream, a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls. Do you see it? God speaks in many ways through dreams, visions, impressions, patterns. The challenge is not his silence, but our perception. Signs surround you, waiting for recognition. Think of a compass in a storm. To the untrained eye, the needle spinning seems confusing, but to the one who understands, it is guidance. Signs are like that needle. They may appear small, but they point toward direction. When your spirit is tuned, you begin to notice them everywhere. Chosen one. The language of signs is also a language of intimacy. God does not shout to strangers, he whispers to friends. When you begin to notice his nudges, his patterns, his repetitions, it means you are walking in closer fellowship. Each sign becomes like a love letter tucked into your day, reminding you that heaven has not gone silent. But signs must be held carefully. They are not games, nor should they become idols. They are confirmations, not replacements for trust. Faith still walks forward, even when signs seem absent. Yet when they appear, they strengthen weary hearts and remind you that you are seen. Sometimes signs appear in numbers. You may see sequences repeating on clocks, receipts, or license plates. Other times, they appear in words, phrases that echo in sermons, songs, or conversations. Still other times, they come through creation itself, the flight of birds, the changing of seasons, the beauty of rain after drought. These are God's brushstrokes across your ordinary days, if you have eyes to see. And here is something beautiful. The more you honor the signs, the clearer they become. Like learning a new language, your spirit grows fluent. What once seemed random becomes recognizable. You begin to walk with confidence, not because you control the signs, but because you trust the one who sends them, chosen one. You have not been left wandering without direction. The language of signs is heaven's way of guiding your steps, confirming your path, and encouraging your heart. Even now, pay attention. What seems small may be God's way of saying, you are on track. Do not give up. So here is what I invite you to do as a prophetic act. Comment below these 3 words, show me, Lord. This is more than a phrase. It is an invitation. When you write it, you are declaring, I am open to your signs. I am willing to notice what you are already showing me. I am ready to walk with eyes that see. Do this not as superstition but as surrender. Heaven responds to open hearts. And as you open yours, you will find that the whispers you once overlooked will become confirmations that steady your every step. The language of signs is speaking all around you. Chosen one, and you are learning to understand it more clearly with each passing day. When you say, show me, Lord, you are not demanding proof, you are expressing trust. It is like a child reaching out a hand in the dark, believing the Father is near. This simple posture of the heart invites God to confirm what he has already spoken. Signs are not always dramatic. Sometimes they come as peace in a storm, or a sudden clarity that settles confusion. Other times, they come through people who unknowingly echo the very words you needed to hear. By acknowledging these moments, you grow more aware of God's constant nearness. And remember, chosen one, signs are not shortcuts. They are encouragements along the journey. They do not replace the Word of God or the leading of His Spirit. Instead, they act as gentle reminders, like mile markers on a long road, assuring you that you are headed in the right direction. So keep your heart open. Ask boldly, but walk humbly. The one who sends the signs loves you too much to leave you wandering. He delights to reassure you, again and again, that you are seen, guided, and never alone. Chosen one. There comes a moment when the silence of mercy begins to shift. You have walked through seasons of grace where doors remained open despite hesitation, where warnings were whispered softly, where time was stretched so you could turn back. But mercy is not endless delay. There is a moment when heaven's hand pulls back and the urgency of obedience becomes clear. This is the sobering truth. When mercy steps back, the weight of choice becomes undeniable. Think of the days of Noah. For years, the ark stood open, a strange structure rising in the desert, mocked by onlookers. Each hammer strike was a sermon, each plank a call to repentance. Yet when the flood came, the door shut, not by Noah's hand, but by God's. The open door of mercy became a sealed testimony. Chosen one. Do not take lightly the moments when heaven's door is open before you. Mercy is like the tide. It flows in, covering the sand with gentle waves, washing debris away. But when it recedes, what is left exposed reveals what has been hidden beneath. You are living in a time where mercy has flowed generously, but the tide is shifting. The call is not meant to terrify, but to awaken. The Apostle reminds us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 2, "In the time of my favor, I heard you, and in the day of salvation, I helped you. Now is the day of salvation." Do you feel the weight of those words? Now is the time, not tomorrow, not someday now. To wait endlessly is to risk the closing of the window. To delay is to gamble with mercy's timing. Let me share with you a story. A man once stood at a crossroads in his life. He knew what God was asking of him, to leave behind destructive habits, to step into a calling that felt too heavy. Yet he delayed, convincing himself he had more time. Days became months. Months became years. And then suddenly an opportunity passed, never to return. He looked back with regret, realizing mercy had knocked, but he had kept the door closed. That story does not have to be yours. Mercy, stepping back, is not God abandoning you. It is God allowing you to feel the weight of your choices. Like a teacher who steps aside during an exam, He has already prepared you, equipped you, and given you the answers. But now the test is yours to take. Chosen one. You are standing at a threshold. The winds of shift are blowing, but you must step through. This moment is precious. It is holy. It is not to be treated casually, and this is why I want to speak to your heart, not as a demand, but as an invitation. What you do with this word matters. You have the chance to amplify it, to let it echo beyond your own life, to carry it to others who are still wandering. every like, every share. Every subscription is not just a digital action, it is a way of building an ark in a modern wilderness. It is hammering one more plank, letting one more voice hear the call before the floodwaters rise. And for those who feel stirred to go further, there is another gentle invitation: donation. Think of it this way: when you give, it is like placing oil into a lamp that guides travelers through a stormy night. Without the oil, the lamp would dim. But with it, the flame keeps shining for others to find their way. Your gift is not a requirement, it is a voluntary act of love that ensures the light keeps burning. Even the smallest seed of generosity is noticed by heaven. It is like dropping a pebble into a quiet pond. Its ripples travel farther than you will ever see. In the same way, your support ripples into the lives of those who are desperate for direction and hope. So if this word has touched your heart, let it be more than a fleeting moment. Like, share, subscribe, and if you feel led, donate, not out of obligation, but as an act of beauty, a way of saying, I want this light to shine further. I want the flame to reach more lives. Chosen one, the tide of mercy is shifting, and the urgency of this hour is real. But you are not powerless. You are invited to respond, to carry this light, to step through the open door before it closes. The weight of choice is before you, but so is the gift of grace. Do not let hesitation rob you of the moment. Lift your eyes, steady your heart, and step forward into the favor that has been waiting all along. And remember, chosen one, when you take even the smallest step forward, heaven celebrates your obedience, your openness, your willingness to respond are all treasures before God. Just as a single spark can ignite a forest, your choice to act in this moment can set in motion a chain of events beyond what you could ever imagine. Do not despise small beginnings. A whisper of faith today can grow into a thunder of testimony tomorrow. The gentle tide that shifts in your heart now will become waves of change in your future. You are not standing still. You are moving into divine favor. Trust the process. Embrace the invitation. And know that every act of faith is part of your breakthrough story. Chosen one, the fiercest battleground you have ever faced is not in the outer world, but within your own mind. Long before swords are drawn or storms rage outside, wars are waged in thought. It is there that doubt whispers, fear grows louder, and lies attempt to entangle truth. The war over your mind has been relentless, because the enemy knows if he can control your thoughts, he can paralyze your steps from the very beginning. This has been the strategy. In the Garden of Eden, the serpent did not strike with weapons, he struck with words. His goal was not physical destruction, but mental deception. The same pattern has repeated in your life. Circumstances came, but the real attack was in what they tried to make you believe. You are abandoned. You are not enough. You will not make it. But you are here, which means the lies did not win. Even in your lowest moments, something in you resisted. Something whispered back, there must be more. I was created for greater. That whisper is the voice of truth rising against deception. The Word of God declares in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verses 4 and 5. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments, and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. End for chosen one. Notice this, the battleground is thought, and the weapon is truth. Strongholds are not physical towers of stone. They are patterns of thinking that trap you in cycles of fear or shame. The command is clear. Take those thoughts captive. Do not let them roam freely in your mind as if they belong. Interrogate them. Weigh them against God's word. And if they are lies, throw them out. Think of your mind as a garden, left unattended. Weeds grow quickly, choking the flowers, but when carefully tended, the soil produces beauty, fruit, and fragrance. Your thoughts are seeds. Each one planted grows into something, either weeds of fear or fruit of faith. The discipline of your life now is learning to guard the soil, uproot what is poisonous, and nurture what brings life. I remember the story of a man who battled years of crippling self-doubt. His mind was a battlefield where voices of past failures replayed like broken records. He nearly gave up, convinced he would never overcome. Then, one day, he began to write down each negative thought and counter it with a truth from Scripture. Slowly, the cycle began to break. He learned that thoughts are not masters but servants. They can be directed. His freedom did not come overnight. But day by day, truth reclaimed territory in his mind. That same strategy is yours. Truth always wins when consistently applied. The war over your mind explains why exhaustion feels heavier than it should. Physical fatigue fades with rest, but mental battles drain the soul. This is why you must be intentional about what you allow, in what you read, what you watch, the voices you listen to. Every input is a seed. Guard your gates, because your mind is precious ground. Chosen one. You may not realize it, but every time you resisted despair, every time you chose to believe hope when hopelessness screamed louder, you were winning battles unseen. Heaven recorded those victories. Angels watched as you stood against the flood of lies. Hell trembled because you refused to surrender. That is why you are still standing. The truth inside you is stronger than the lies against you. Picture a fortress with thick walls. For years, the enemy may have tried to storm it, but when reinforced with stone upon stone, it stands unshaken. Your mind, when filled with God's truth, becomes that fortress. Lies may knock at the gates, but they cannot breach the walls. You are not at the mercy of your thoughts. You are the gatekeeper. And here is a secret. Sometimes the fiercest lies come not from the outside but from within. Old wounds echo. Past failures replay. Shame tries to disguise itself as identity. But you are not defined by what happened to you. You are defined by the one who chose you. The enemy wants you chained to yesterday, but heaven calls you into tomorrow. Chosen one. The war over your mind is not meant to destroy you. It is meant to train you. Each battle strengthens discernment, sharpens focus, and builds resilience. You are learning to recognize lies faster, silence them sooner, and replace them with truth more powerfully. You are being equipped for higher levels, because greater assignments demand a guarded mind. Think of a soldier sharpening his sword daily. Even when no battle rages outside, he prepares, because he knows conflict will come. Likewise, you must sharpen your thoughts with daily truth. rehearsing God's promises until they become instinct. When lies attack, your response will no longer be hesitation, but immediate resistance. Chosen one. Let me remind you of something simple yet profound. You are not powerless. You have been given the Spirit of truth, the mind of Christ, and authority to command your thoughts. The enemy wants you to feel helpless, but heaven says you are already equipped. Your role is to wield what you have been given. So, breathe deeply, acknowledge the battlefield, but also recognize the victory that is already yours. Each day you wake up and choose hope. You win. Each time you reject fear and embrace courage, you advance. Each thought surrendered to Christ is a stone placed in the fortress of your mind. The war over your mind is real, but so is your victory. You are not defined by the lies that visit your thoughts. You are defined by the truth that lives within you. Stand firm. Chosen one. Guard your ground, and know that heaven fights with you. Chosen one. There is something stirring within you that cannot be ignored any longer. You feel it when the night is quiet, when the world is asleep, when the weight of your past presses in, yet your spirit whispers of tomorrow. This is the birth of a new you. It is not about changing into someone else. It is about becoming who you were always meant to be. Transformation is rarely gentle. It is labor, and labor is messy, painful, exhausting. Yet every groan carries a promise. New life is coming forth. What you have endured up until now was not meaningless suffering. It was the contraction of destiny. Each wave of pressure was preparing you for what heaven has been forming in secret. Think of a butterfly inside its chrysalis. From the outside, it looks like nothing is happening. But inside, wings are forming, color is emerging, and strength is building. The breaking of the shell is not destruction, it is release. You have been in a chrysalis season, hidden, pressed, uncomfortable. But the moment is arriving when you will break free. The scriptures echo this truth. The Apostle Paul wrote in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 5, verse 17, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone. The new is here." Chosen one. You are not who you were. The old shame, the old wounds, the old identity, they no longer define you. You have shed skin after skin, leaving behind what cannot survive in the atmosphere of your future. This is why some relationships fell away, why some habits lost their taste, why some paths closed. It was not rejection, it was transformation. I recall the story of a young man who lived years bound by fear. Every decision was shaped by anxiety, every dream choked by hesitation. But through seasons of struggle, he began to lean on God more deeply. Slowly, fear lost its grip, courage grew, and one day, he realized he was no longer the same person. What once terrified him had become testimony. That is what transformation does. It rewrites your story until you scarcely recognize the old chapters. This birthing process has not been easy for you. You have wept in silence, questioned your worth, even doubted whether the pain would ever end. But hear this, pain is not the end, it is the passageway. Just as a mother presses through the hardest moments to bring forth new life, you are pressing through into a new season. Chosen one. Let the truth settle in your soul. Your identity is shifting. You are not simply surviving, you are emerging. You are not just enduring, you are being reborn. Picture a field after winter. The ground looks barren, lifeless, even hopeless. But beneath the surface, seeds are stirring, roots are reaching, and the moment spring arrives, the earth erupts with color. That is your spirit. Outwardly, things may look dry, but inwardly, life has been preparing to burst forth. The old you was necessary for a season. It carried lessons, bore scars, and walked roads that prepared you for this moment. But it cannot come with you into the new. To cling to it would be like wearing winter clothes in summer, too heavy, unnecessary, suffocating. You must step forward, lighter, freer, clothed in the garments of your new identity. Chosen one. This is not just about personal change, it is about calling. The new you carries new assignments. Doors that once seemed locked will now open, not because they changed, but because you did. Your transformation is the key. And yet, I know the temptation to doubt, to fear, to believe the old voices that say, "You will never change. You are stuck forever." But those voices lie. The truth is already written. You are new. Heaven has declared it, and nothing on earth can overturn it. This is why I want you to take a prophetic step of agreement today. Comment below the number 888. This number symbolizes new beginnings, a fresh cycle, an emergence into the fullness of life God has prepared. When you type it, you are declaring, "I embrace the new me. I step into my rebirth. I accept the fresh start Heaven is giving me." This act is not superstition. It is alignment. It is like standing up in a room and saying, "I am ready." It is a sign to your own soul that you refuse to remain bound by yesterday. Chosen one. When you write 888, see it as planting a flag on new ground. You are leaving behind old battles, old chains, old identities. You are stepping into a future written with hope, strength, and glory. I see you like an eagle spreading wings for the first time. At first, shaky, unsure, unused to the air. But soon, those wings catch the wind, and you realize you were never meant for the ground. The birthing of the new you is not the end, it is the beginning of flight. So do not despise the pain that brought you here. Do not curse the contractions. Do not regret the breaking, for each one was a necessary step in bringing forth who you were always meant to be. The new you is here. The old has gone, and the world will see what heaven already knows. You are transformed, reborn, and unstoppable. Transformation is not an event, it is a process. Even after the butterfly leaves the cocoon, it must wait for its wings to dry before it can soar. In the same way, do not rush your new season. Give yourself grace to grow into it. The evidence of the new, you will not be immediate perfection but steady change. Each day you will notice small shifts, more peace where there once was fear, more courage where there once was doubt. These are signs that your rebirth is real. Chosen one. Embrace this process. The new you is already unfolding. Chosen one. Though you have walked through fire and endured seasons of wilderness, you have never been alone. There were moments when you thought you were abandoned, times when the silence felt unbearable, days when danger brushed so close you could feel its shadow. yet unseen and unannounced. There have always been angels on assignment watching over you. Their presence may not always be visible, but their work has left undeniable marks on your journey. Angels are not just figures from ancient stories. They are messengers, protectors, warriors dispatched by heaven to guard the chosen. The scriptures remind us that angels are ministering spirits sent to serve those who will inherit salvation. Though unseen, they have walked with you into battles, stood guard over your home, and whispered courage into your spirit when you felt too weak to continue. Think back on your life. Consider the near misses, the accidents avoided, the nights when despair pressed so heavily, yet somehow you made it through. These were not coincidences. They were interventions, like invisible hands pulling you from harm's path, like a shield blocking arrows you never saw. Angels have been near. I recall the testimony of a man who once fell asleep at the wheel late at night. His car veered off the road, and by all natural measures, he should not have survived. Yet, he walked away unharmed. Later, he said, "I felt as though someone pulled the steering wheel at the last second." Was it luck? No. It was angelic intervention, a divine assignment protecting his life because his purpose was not yet complete. The psalmist declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." End of Chosen One. That promise is not abstract, it is personal. God has commanded angels concerning you. They are dispatched with precision, not randomly, but intentionally, to guard you in all your ways. Whether walking through crowded streets, sitting alone in your room, or stepping into unknown territories, you are never unguarded. Sometimes angels appear in human form, unnoticed. A stranger offers help at the exact moment you need it, then disappears. A kind word from someone you never met before arrives just when your spirit is breaking. These are not ordinary encounters, they are brushstrokes of heaven. Reminders that you are not forgotten. Other times, angelic presence is sensed in the unseen. You feel a sudden peace in the midst of fear, a quiet assurance that calms the storm within, a strength that comes from nowhere. These are signs that heaven's army is closer than you realize. Chosen One. You are surrounded, even when you cannot see it, even when you cannot feel it. You are never left defenseless. The enemy wanted you to believe you were isolated, but the truth is, you have never walked alone. You carry an escort, silent yet mighty, dispatched not because of who you are, but because of who sent you. Picture a great warrior entering battle. To human eyes, he appears alone. But in the spirit realm, an entire army marches beside him. That is your reality. You may look solitary, but you are backed by heaven's host. No arrow, no weapon, no curse can reach you without first passing through the shield of divine assignment. I once heard of a young woman who narrowly escaped danger while walking home late at night. She felt an overwhelming presence surround her, so strong that fear fled instantly. Later, when she recounted the moment, she said, "It was as if someone was walking right beside me, though no one was there." That was not imagination, it was protection. Angels often remain unseen, yet their presence is undeniable to the spirit. And here is something beautiful. Angels do not leave when the battle quiets. They remain, watching, waiting, guarding. They are assigned not just for emergencies but for everyday moments. When you rise in the morning, they are there. When you sleep at night, they stand, watch. When you move through ordinary days, they walk beside you. Chosen one. Your survival has not been luck. It has been assignment. Every time the enemy tried to destroy you, heaven raised a shield. Every trap set against you has been broken. Not because you were clever enough to see it, but because angels moved before you, knew the danger existed. This should not fill you with pride, but with peace. You do not need to fear the unknown future, because the same protection that carried you yesterday surrounds you today and will follow you tomorrow. You do not walk into uncertainty, you walk under guard. Think of children crossing a busy street with a guardian holding their hand. They may not understand the dangers. They may not even see the cars rushing by. But they are safe because a stronger hand leads them. That is you. Chosen one. The Father's command has dispatched angels to hold your steps steady, to shield you from harm you cannot see. Even in spiritual battles, you have been covered. When nightmares tried to torment your sleep, when oppressive heaviness tried to crush your spirit, when sudden fear gripped you for no reason, those were moments of warfare. Yet angels stood guard, driving away what sought to linger, ensuring your spirit rose again. Chosen one. I want you to grasp this deeply. You are not fragile. You are fortified. Heaven has invested too much in your destiny to leave you unprotected. Angels are the evidence of that investment. They remind you that your life is marked, your steps ordered, your future secured. And while their presence is comforting, it also carries responsibility. You must walk with awareness, not recklessness. Protection is not permission to wander into destruction. The fact that angels are near does not mean you invite danger. It means you walk with confidence that even in danger, you are never alone. So, stand taller. Let fear fall silent. The next time you sense that you are outnumbered, remember the story of Elisha's servant who trembled at the sight of surrounding armies. Elisha prayed, and his servant's eyes were opened to see horses and chariots of fire encamped around them. That same reality is yours. What surrounds you in the spirit is greater than what opposes you in the natural. Chosen one. Angels on assignment are the silent testimony of God's faithfulness in your life. They walk where you walk, fight where you fight, and guard where you rest. Your journey is not solitary, it is escorted by heaven's host. So, breathe in peace. Release the fear of being alone, and carry this truth into your next steps. You are watched, guarded, and accompanied by unseen warriors. You are never forsaken. Chosen one. You may have noticed a shift inside yourself, a subtle yet undeniable recalibration. The things that once consumed you no longer hold the same power. The distractions that used to trap your attention have begun to lose their grip. This is not coincidence, it is transformation. Your spirit is being recalibrated to handle what is next. Heaven has been fine-tuning you, like an instrument being adjusted before it plays its most important song. Recalibration is not always comfortable. Imagine a compass in the middle of a magnetic storm. Its needle spins wildly, uncertain of direction, until the interference fades and it steadies once again to true north. That has been your inner life. The storms of disappointment, fear, betrayal, and loss have shaken your sense of direction. For a season, You may have felt lost, confused, even unstable. But now, as the interference clears, the needle of your spirit is locking back onto the true north of your destiny. This recalibration explains why some things no longer fit. Habits you once tolerated now feel heavy. Environments you once found familiar now seem foreign. Even conversations you once enjoyed feel shallow. It is not because you are better than anyone else. It is because your spirit is tuning itself to a higher frequency. The atmosphere of your next level requires a different alignment, and heaven is preparing you for it. The writer of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 11, captures this perfectly. No discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful later on. However, it produces a harvest of righteousness and peace for those who have been trained by it. And chosen one. Recalibration is discipline. It trims away excess. It reveals imbalance. It confronts the parts of you that cannot endure in the next season. Painful, yes, but also purposeful. The fruit of it is peace, clarity, and readiness. Think of a musician tuning a violin. The tightening of strings is uncomfortable. It creates tension. If left slack, the strings produce no sound. But if pulled too tight, they can snap. The master musician knows exactly how to adjust each string until harmony emerges. That is what God is doing in you. He is tightening where you have grown slack, loosening where you have been wounded too tightly, until your life produces harmony with heaven's song. I remember the story of a woman who struggled with bitterness for years. Betrayal had left scars on her heart. And though she loved God, her spirit was off-key. She could not fully embrace new blessings because old wounds kept bleeding into the present. Then, through a season of solitude, God recalibrated her heart. Slowly, bitterness gave way to forgiveness, and heaviness turned into peace. Later she said, "I didn't realize how out of tune I was until God tuned me back to His heart." Her journey reflects what is happening in you. Recalibration also brings clarity. You may notice that decisions you once agonized over are becoming clearer. Paths that once seemed blurry are sharpening into focus. This is because God has been aligning your desires with His will. The more your spirit tunes to Him, the less confusion you carry. Clarity is not about knowing every detail. It is about trusting the direction even when the full picture is unseen. Picture a pilot flying through heavy clouds. For a while, vision is blocked, but by trusting the instruments, the pilot continues safely until the sky clears. Your recalibration is teaching you to trust God's instruments, His Word, His Spirit, His confirmations, so that even in cloudy seasons, you stay on course. Chosen one. The recalibration has also been emotional. The waves of your heart that once rose and fell so sharply are finding balance. Where anger once erupted, patience is emerging. Where fear once dictated choices, courage is rising. This is not by accident. God has been steadying you, preparing your heart to withstand pressure without breaking. There is an image here, a potter working with clay on a wheel. The clay wobbles, bends, even threatens to collapse. But the steady hands of the potter keep shaping, pressing, centering it again and again until the vessel is symmetrical and strong. That is what recalibration feels like. Constant adjustment, sometimes messy, but always purposeful in the potter's hands. Chosen one. The recalibration is not just for you, it is for those you will influence. A misaligned compass misleads travelers. A detuned instrument throws off the entire orchestra. In the same way, your clarity matters not just for your journey, but for those who follow your lead. When you walk in alignment, others find confidence to do the same. And here is something precious. Recalibration produces peace. Once the chaos settles, once the strings are tuned, once the compass steadies, a deep calm fills your spirit. You will notice it in how you breathe, how you respond, how you rest. The storms may still rage outside, but within you, there is order, balance, and trust. Chosen one. Let this comfort you. You are not broken, you are being balanced. You are not lost, you are being aligned. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. Heaven sees the next chapter ahead, and God loves you too much to let you enter it unready. Recalibration may feel like disruption, but it is actually protection. Imagine a ship leaving harbor slightly off course. At first, the difference seems small, but over time, that minor misalignment carries it hundreds of miles off destination. A small correction early prevents disaster later. That is why God corrects you now. What feels inconvenient is saving you from far greater pain down the road. Chosen one. I want you to see yourself as a vessel coming into alignment. Every correction is love. Every adjustment is care. Every discipline is design. You are being tuned to carry greater weight, to walk in greater authority, to move with greater clarity. So, embrace the recalibration. Do not fight it. Do not resent it. And do not fear it. Yield like clay in the potter's hands, like strings under the musician's fingers, like a compass resetting to north. The discomfort you feel now is temporary. The strength, peace, and clarity it produces will last. Your spirit is aligning. Your heart is steadying. Your mind is clearing. You are being prepared, adjusted, and tuned for the next movement of destiny's song. And when the time comes, you will find yourself not stumbling, but soaring. Not guessing, but guided. Not out of tune, but perfectly in harmony with heaven's design. Chosen one. Every great journey has moments of reflection, moments when you pause. Look back at how far you have come, and realize the weight of the road you have survived. Your scars are not signs of defeat. They are proof that you endured what was meant to break you. And because you endured, you carry something others need. Testimony. Your testimony is like a lantern lit in the dark. It does not erase the night, but it shines enough to guide those walking behind you. Many are still stumbling in the places you once stood, still asking questions you once asked, still fighting battles you have already overcome. When you share your story, you hand them light, and when you help carry this message further, you place lanterns along the path so that no one else has to walk blind. The scriptures remind us in the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 11, they triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb, and by their testimony they did not love life, even unto death. Your victory is not only for you, it is for others. When you declare what God has done in your life, you weaken the enemy's grip on someone else. And when you carry these words further into the world, You expand the reach of light in a world full of shadows. Think of a field at night. If only one torch burns, the darkness swallows most of the land. But when that torch is passed to others, soon the field becomes a sea of flames. That is what happens when you engage. Every like, every share, every subscription, every comment is like passing fire to another hand. It may feel small, but together it creates an unignorable blaze. Chosen one. If this word resonates in your spirit, let it not stop with you. Like so, you affirm that this word has meaning. Share so someone else in their valley can find hope. Subscribe so you remain connected to a flow that continually strengthens you. And if you feel led, leave a comment, because your words may be the very encouragement another weary heart needs to read. And for those stirred deeper, there is also a beautiful way to support this mission. Hear me clearly. This is not obligation, not requirement, not payment. This is invitation. To donate is to add oil to the lamp so it can burn brighter, longer, reaching further into the night. Think of a well in the middle of a desert village. Each traveler who draws water is refreshed. But for the well to remain open, someone must pour into it, maintain it, and keep it from drying out. Your generosity is like that, keeping the well flowing so countless others can drink. Or picture a bridge built over a rushing river. Many cross it daily, finding safety because someone cared enough to build and maintain it. When you give, you help reinforce the bridge so more people can cross from despair to hope. Your gift becomes part of the very structure that carries lives into safety. Chosen one. Generosity is not measured by size but by heart. Even the smallest drop of oil keeps a lamp alive. Even the smallest stone strengthens a bridge. What matters is not the amount, but the love it carries. And heaven sees it all. Every seed sown, every act of kindness, every gift released. It all becomes part of a ripple effect far greater than you can imagine. I remember the story of a woman who gave a small amount toward a ministry she followed. She thought it was insignificant. Yet months later, she learned that her gift had helped fund an outreach that brought food and hope to families in crisis. Tears filled her eyes as she realized her simple act had echoed far beyond her sight. That is the mystery of giving. You never know how far the ripple will travel. Chosen one. You are part of something bigger than yourself. And every choice to engage, whether by liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting, or donating, is not just about you. It is about joining hands in a movement that carries light further into dark places. But remember, this is always voluntary. You are free. Your worth is not measured by your giving, and your salvation is not purchased by any gift. This is not about pressure, it is about beauty. Giving is beautiful because it comes from love, never from demand. When you give freely, joyfully, you mirror the heart of God Himself, who gives without restraint. So pause for a moment. Look back at what you have survived. Look forward at what God is building. And then consider how you might place a stone, pour a drop of oil, pass on a flame, not because you must, but because you may. Your story matters. Your presence matters. Your engagement matters. Together, we are building something stronger than any storm, brighter than any night, deeper than any despair. Chosen one. You are not only a receiver of light, you are a carrier of it. And when you choose to act, whether by sharing, commenting, subscribing, or giving, you help light up paths for countless others who are still searching for their way home. This is your moment. Hold the lantern high, pass the flame on, and watch how your single act of faith creates ripples across eternity. Chosen one. There are moments when the weight of waiting seems unbearable. You have prayed, you have fasted, you have believed, and yet the heavens seemed still. The silence stretched so long that doubt tried to convince you nothing was happening. But what you could not see was that your waiting was never wasted. It was the hidden classroom of patience, the furnace of faith, the shaping of endurance. Waiting is one of heaven's most powerful tools. It strips away the illusions of control, teaching you to rest, not in your timeline, but in God's. Think of a seed pressed into the soil for weeks, even months. Nothing appears above ground. To the impatient, it looks like death. But beneath the surface, roots are forming. Foundations are deepening. Strength is being built. Without that hidden work, the plant would never survive storms once it finally breaks through the earth. In the same way, your hidden seasons have been root seasons. The psalmist declares in Psalms chapter 27, verse 14, "Wait for the Lord, be strong and take heart, and wait for the Lord." Notice the command. It is not passive. Waiting is not sitting idly, twiddling your thumbs. Waiting is active trust. It is courage in the delay, strength in the pause, faith in the silence. Waiting stretches you, but it also strengthens you. I once met a woman who prayed for restoration in her family for years. At times, she felt mocked by the delay. Friends moved on. Others testified of breakthrough, while she sat in the tension of unanswered prayer. Yet she refused to let go of hope. Years later, what seemed impossible came to pass. Her family was reunited in a way she never imagined. When she looked back, she said, "The waiting shaped me more than the answer. The answer blessed me, but the waiting built me." Chosen one. That is the hidden gift of waiting. It builds, it chisels character, strengthens faith. Readiness, motives. It burns away the impatient demands of the flesh and teaches the soul to lean on God's timing. You may not like the classroom of waiting, but it is where spiritual maturity is forged. Think of an archer drawing back his bow. The arrow is pulled further and further until it almost feels unbearable. To the arrow, the delay may feel like punishment, but in truth, the tension determines the distance. The longer the pull, the farther the arrow will fly when released. That is what your waiting has been, a drawing back. Not to harm you, but to propel you further. Waiting also purifies desire. Sometimes what we first ask for is shallow, shaped by temporary needs or fleeting emotions. But as time passes, desires are sifted. The frivolous falls away, and the true longing remains. By the time the answer comes, it aligns more perfectly with God's will and with the maturity you have gained through the process. Chosen one. Your waiting has not been silent to heaven. Every prayer, every sigh, every tear has been collected like treasures in God's hands. Not one has been ignored. The delay is not denial, it is preparation. God is not cruel, withholding joy for no reason. He is wise. ensuring that when the blessing arrives, it does not crush you, but completes you. Think also of the story of Abraham and Sarah. They waited decades for the promised child. The delay was not easy. It stretched their faith to the breaking point. Yet when Isaac finally came, it was clear this was not just any child. This was the child of promise, the fulfillment of covenant. The waiting made the gift unmistakably divine. Chosen one. Could it be that your waiting is the evidence of promise rather than the absence of it? The weight of your delay may actually be the measure of your destiny. Great promises often come wrapped in long preparation. The danger of waiting is weariness. The heart grows tired. The mind grows restless. The body grows weak. Yet even here, strength is renewed. Isaiah writes in chapter 40, verse 31, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." And waiting is not about how long you sit in silence. It is about where you place your hope while you wait. If you anchor it in circumstances, disappointment will eat away at you. But if you anchor it in God, your strength will not only survive, it will renew. Picture gold placed in fire. The longer it stays, the more impurities rise to the surface. The refiner does not remove it too early, because unfinished gold is still mixed with weakness. But at the perfect time, when the reflection of the refiner can be seen in the metal, he removes it. That is your waiting. You are being refined until the reflection of Christ shines in you. Chosen one. I want you to hear this clearly. Your waiting is not punishment. It is positioning. You are not forgotten. You are being formed. The delay is not evidence of absence, but of preparation. You are being drawn back to be launched forward, buried to be rooted, silenced to be strengthened. And when the moment comes, you will realize the waiting was worth it. The door will open, and it will fit perfectly. The opportunity will arrive, and you will be ready. The promise will manifest, and you will have the maturity to sustain it. You will look back and see that nothing was wasted, not the years, not the tears, not the lonely nights. So, lift your head. Chosen one. Waiting is not weakness. Waiting is warfare. Waiting is faith stretched to its limits, but not breaking. You are not behind. You are exactly where God needs you to be. The story is not over. The silence is not final. The delay is not denial. The waiting is shaping you for glory. Chosen one. Storms are not always signs of failure. Sometimes they are confirmations that you are on the right path. The winds that rise against you are often proof that your movement threatens the enemy's ground. If you were going nowhere, the sea would remain calm. But because your journey is advancing, the storm has been stirred. The disciples knew this firsthand. When they set sail across the lake at Jesus' command, the waters rose up in violent waves. Their small boat trembled under the weight of the storm. Fear filled their hearts. Yet Jesus was in the boat with them, resting, calm, unshaken. The storm did not mean they were outside of God's will. It meant they were crossing into a new territory where opposition had been stirred. Chosen one. Storms have surrounded your life. Emotional storms, financial storms, storms of betrayal and misunderstanding. And in those moments, it seemed like your faith was too small to survive. Yet here you are, still afloat, still breathing, still pressing forward. That is not weakness, that is resilience. Storms reveal what is inside us. Calm seas never test faith, only violent winds do. The storm strips away pretense, forcing you to lean on what is unshakable. You may have felt fear, but fear did not drown you. You may have felt weak, but weakness did not end you. The fact that you are still standing is testimony enough. Storms could not sink what God has chosen to sail. The prophet Nahum once declared in chapter 1, verse 7, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." Oh, trouble does not disqualify you. It confirms that you need refuge. And refuge has always been near. In your darkest nights, when you cried with no answer, his presence was the anchor. You did not always feel it. But anchors do not need to be seen to work. Their strength is proven in what they hold beneath the waves. Chosen one. Storms also redirect. Ships rarely sail in straight lines. Winds shift. Currents move. Storms force detours. Yet, strangely, vessels still reach their destinations. The storm that seemed to push you off course may actually have been guiding you toward the harbor you were meant to find. I once heard the story of a sailor caught in a storm so fierce that he was blown far from his planned course. When the sky finally cleared, he discovered he had been driven to an island rich with resources that saved his crew. What seemed like disaster had been deliverance. Many times, your own storms have done the same. They forced you away from paths that would have destroyed you and toward places of unexpected provision. Storms are also purifiers. Rain washes dust from the air. Waves crash and reset the shoreline. Lightning splits the sky, but it also nourishes the ground with nitrogen for growth. Spiritually, storms break what cannot last and refresh what must remain. They have torn away false supports in your life, leaving only the unshakable, painful, yes, but necessary. For now you stand lighter, freer, clearer, chosen one. Storms will come again. This world is not free from them, but you are no longer the same as before. You carry anchors, you carry sails, and you carry faith that has already proven itself unsinkable. The winds may rise, but they will not destroy you. Do not despise your storms. They were teachers. They revealed God's nearness, purified your heart, and sharpened your direction. Without them, your roots would remain shallow. With them, you have become unshakable. So when the skies darken again, do not panic. Remember the last storm. Remember the anchor that held. Remember the God who calmed the waves not only around you, but within you. Chosen one. Storms do not end your story. They strengthen it. They do not erase your journey. They prove it. You are still here. And that is the loudest declaration of all. Chosen vessels cannot be sunk. And here is a truth you must carry. Storms are seasonal. No matter how violent the winds, they do not last forever. Clouds may block the sun for a while, but the light always breaks through. You may feel surrounded by chaos now, but peace is already on its way. Seasons shift, and so will yours. Storms also reveal strength you never knew you had. Without the wind, you would not have discovered the resilience hidden inside you. Without the waves, you would not have realized how deeply anchored your faith truly is. What once terrified you now bows before the courage God has built within you. Chosen one, let storms become your testimony. Speak of the nights you thought you would sink, but did not. Share the mornings when peace returned against all odds. Every storm survived is a banner of God's faithfulness waving over your life. So take courage. Do not fear the skies. The same God who brought you through before will bring you through again. Chosen one, you have been through seasons of pruning, seasons where God's hand removed what you thought you needed, cut away what you clung to, and stripped branches you thought were fruitful. It was not cruelty. It was preparation. The gardener does not prune out of anger. He prunes because he sees what you cannot. He knows that greater fruit requires painful cutting. Pruning seasons are confusing. You look at your life and see lost relationships gone, opportunities closed, doors shut. You wonder, why would God take this from me if He truly loves me? But the truth is this: what He removes is never meant to diminish you, but to prepare you for more. The book of John, chapter 15, verse 2, records Jesus' words, "He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit, He prunes so that it will be even more fruitful." And notice this: even fruitful branches are pruned. Even those who walk faithfully, who carry light, who do good, are not exempt. Why? Because good fruit is not the end goal. Abundant fruit is. Your pruning was never punishment. It was heaven making room for overflow. I once met a man who lost everything in a single year: his job, his home, his closest friend. For months, he felt cursed. But over time, as he leaned on God, new opportunities arose. His new job opened doors to people who later became his spiritual family. His smaller home became a place of prayer and community. His loss became the soil for deeper roots. Later, he said, "What I thought was the end was actually the beginning of my real life." That is the paradox of pruning. It feels like death but leads to life. Chosen one, think of a tree in winter, stripped bare, branches empty, appearance lifeless. Yet inside, sap flows, roots strengthen, and hidden buds prepare for spring. Winter is not the end, it is the reset. Your pruning season was winter, and though you felt barren, life was quietly multiplying within you. The enemy wanted you to interpret pruning as abandonment. He wanted you to see loss as proof that God had forsaken you. But heaven whispers differently. Pruning is proof of love. God prunes only those He invests in. If you were overlooked, you would have been left untouched. The cutting is evidence you are chosen. Pruning also reveals dependence. When excess is stripped away, you learn to cling to the vine Himself. You discover that your identity is not in what you produce, not in who affirms you, not in what you own, but in who you are connected to. The vine sustains, even when branches feel bare. Chosen one, pruning has also purified your motives. Before, you may have chased fruit for recognition, for affirmation, for applause. But in the cutting, you learn to desire fruit that glorifies God, not self. That shift is what makes your next harvest sustainable. Consider gold refined by fire. Heat removes impurities invisible to the eye. To the refiner, the fire is not destruction, it is transformation. He knows the gold is ready when he can see his reflection in it. Your pruning has been the fire, removing what was never meant to remain, until the reflection of Christ shines more clearly in you. Chosen one, hear this clearly. The pruning is ending, and the fruit is about to appear. Branches that once felt bare will soon overflow. What looked like subtraction will become multiplication. What felt like emptiness will become abundance. But to seal this truth, I want you to take a prophetic step. Comment the number 555 below. This number represents grace, multiplied, and transition into new seasons. When you type it, you are declaring, I embrace my pruning. I welcome my fruitfulness. I step into my new season with grace. This is not superstition. It is alignment. Writing 555 is like planting a flag in the soil, saying, this was pruning, but now comes fruit. This was winter, but now comes spring. This was loss, but now comes abundance. Let me explain it plainly. Pruning is not meant to destroy you, but to redirect your energy into fruit that lasts. Shallow success fathers quickly, but fruit grown through pruning carries eternal impact. Your patience, your endurance, your faithfulness in this season are the nutrients of your next harvest. You will soon see why certain people had to leave, why certain opportunities closed, why certain paths ended. Because, had they remained, they would have drained you dry. But now, because they were cut away, your strength can flow into branches that will produce lasting fruit. Chosen one, take heart. You are not barren. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are in transition. The gardener has his hands on you, shaping you with love, preparing you for overflow. Do not resist the pruning. Do not resent the loss. See it as heaven's investment in your future. The fruit ahead of you will be greater than the pain behind you. And when the season shifts, you will testify. It was worth it. Every cut, every tear, every loss prepared me for this abundance. Lift your head. Spring is near. The pruning is complete, and your life will soon be a tree heavy with fruit. Branches bending under the weight of blessing. Shade covering those who seek refuge. Nourishment for those who hunger. That is the destiny of the chosen. You are pruned not to perish, but to prosper. And remember this. Chosen one, pruning is not random. It is precise. A careless cut can wound, but the gardener's hand is intentional. He removes only what hinders growth, never what is essential. If it was taken away, it was because it could not carry you into the future. If it remains, it is because it has purpose for your next season. So when you see the new fruit, give thanks not only for the abundance, but also for the pruning that made it possible. What once felt like loss will reveal itself as love. Chosen one. One of the most misunderstood seasons in life is the season of hiddenness. You long to be seen, to be acknowledged, to be recognized for the weight you carry and the faith you have held on to. Yet instead of the spotlight, you find yourself in shadows. Doors remain closed. People overlook you. And the world seems unaware of the battles you fight in silence. But hiddenness is not rejection. Hiddenness is preparation. God has always hidden what He values most. Seeds are hidden in the ground before they sprout. Jewels are hidden in rock before they shine. Even Christ Himself lived 30 years in obscurity before stepping into 3 years of ministry that changed the world. Hiddenness is heaven's seal of protection until the time of unveiling arrives. You may feel overlooked, but you are safeguarded. You might feel delayed, but you are being developed. The hidden season is not punishment, it is preservation. The psalmist reminds us in Psalms chapter 31, verse 20, "You hide them in the shelter of your presence, safe from those who conspire against them. You shelter them in your presence, far from accusing tongues." No, chosen one, this verse is for you. You have been hidden in his presence, not to be silenced, but to be shielded, while others spoke carelessly, while enemies plotted, while jealousy tried to rise against you. God kept you out of sight to protect what he was shaping. Think of David, anointed as king in secret. He returned to tending sheep while his brothers went to battle. To outsiders, it looked like insignificance, but in hidden pastures, David was learning to fight lions and bears the very skills that would one day slay giants. His hidden season was his training ground. So is yours. Hiddenness is where character grows. In the spotlight, applause can mask weakness, but in the shadows, the real work happens. It is where integrity is tested, humility is forged, and dependence on God becomes unshakable. When no one is watching, you learn to live for an audience of one. I once heard of a young musician who longed to perform on big stages, but for years, doors stayed closed. Instead, he played quietly in small gatherings, in hidden corners where few listened. Frustration gnawed at him until he realized those years taught him to play from the heart, not for applause. Later, when larger stages finally opened, he carried authenticity that drew people not to himself, but to God. His hidden years were not wasted. They were the foundation of his calling. Chosen one, do not despise your hidden season. It is where God teaches you to hear his voice clearly, without the noise of crowds. It is where you discover who you are without titles, positions, or recognition. It is where roots go deep. So when the winds of visibility come, you will not topple. Hiddenness also refines motives. When you serve in silence, without thanks or applause, your heart is revealed. Are you doing it for recognition, or are you doing it for love? In hiddenness, God strips away performance and teaches you the joy of serving him simply because he is worthy. Even Jesus withdrew often to lonely places to pray. He was not afraid of hiddenness, because he knew intimacy with the Father mattered more than visibility before men. If the Son of God embraced hidden seasons, should we not do the same? Chosen one. Hiddenness is not forever. It is a season, not a sentence. Just as winter yields to spring, your unveiling will come. And when it does, you will step forward carrying strength, wisdom, and humility forged in the shadows. The very things you thought were delaying you will prove to be what preserved you. Picture a pearl forming in the secrecy of an oyster. No one sees it. No one applauds its process. Yet, when the shell is finally opened, beauty is revealed. That is your story. What God has been forming in your hidden years will shine with a glory that silence could never erase. But here is a warning. Do not rush the unveiling. To force open a seed too soon is to kill its growth. To pry open an oyster prematurely is to destroy the pearl. Trust the timing. If God keeps you hidden, it is because the work is not yet complete. When he reveals you, it will be undeniable, unstoppable, and unmistakably divine. Chosen one. Rest in this. Hiddenness is holy. It may feel lonely, but it is not empty. Every prayer you whisper unseen, every act of kindness no one thanks you for, every quiet sacrifice you make, heaven records it all. Nothing is wasted in the shadows. So walk faithfully in this season. Keep tending the sheep. Like David, keep playing the music. Like the hidden musician, keep praying in secret. Like Jesus, what is unseen now will one day be revealed as glory. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are hidden. And that hiddenness is a gift. When the moment of unveiling arrives, you will step forward, not insecure, not unprepared, but steady, ready, and radiant. The world will see what heaven has known all along, that you are chosen, called, and prepared. Until then, embrace the shadows, for it is there that roots grow deepest, pearls form brightest, and destiny is preserved most securely. Chosen one. Hiddenness is also God's way of keeping you humble. The shadows protect you from pride that could corrupt before the time of unveiling. In stillness, you learn dependence. It is in these unseen years that your heart becomes anchored, not to applause, but to presence. When recognition comes later, it will not shake you, because your roots were grown in secret soil. So do not rush out of hiding. The darkness is not punishment, it is shelter. And when God finally brings you into the open, you will shine with a purity only hiddenness could produce. Chosen one. When you pause and look back over your journey, you realize something powerful. You are still here. You have been through storms, deserts, nights of silence, and seasons of pruning, and yet you stand. That alone is a testimony. Many others, facing the same fire, did not make it. But you endured. And the reason is clear. God's hand has been on you from the very beginning. This journey is not random. Each valley, each mountain, each delay has been part of a divine choreography leading you to this very moment. You are not reading these words by accident. Heaven aligns conversations, messages, and encounters at the perfect time to confirm your steps. You are walking in something bigger than yourself. But here's the truth. No one walks alone. Even the strongest need reminders, encouragement, and a community that fans the flame when it grows dim. That is why these messages matter. They are not just words. They are like drops of water on a thirsty soul, like bread placed in the hands of the hungry. And this is where you step in. Every like, every share, every subscription is not a small click. It is a way of extending the table. It is like opening your door to let another weary traveler join the feast. You may never know who your act of sharing reaches, but heaven says, sometimes it is the quietest click that sets off the loudest ripple. Chosen one. I also want to speak gently and honestly about something deeper, the opportunity to donate. Not because you must, not because it earns you favor. No, this is not about obligation. This is about beauty. Giving is a way of planting seeds into soil that produces fruit you may never see in your lifetime. Yet it will continue to feed generations. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 6, whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows generously will also reap generously. End of Imagine a lighthouse standing tall on a rocky coast. Its light guides ships safely through storms. But the lamp only shines because someone keeps fueling it. Your donation is like that fuel. It keeps the light burning, ensuring that countless others lost at sea can find their way home. Without the oil, the lamp dims. With it, the flame reaches far into the darkness. Or think of it this way: generosity is like rain falling on dry ground. One drop may not seem like much, but together, the drops become streams, and streams become rivers that bring life wherever they flow. When you give, you join the river of God's provision, allowing it to flow further and refresh more lives. Or, see it another way, your donation is like planting a vineyard on a hillside. You may not drink the wine today, but generations after, you will taste its sweetness. What feels like a small act now becomes a legacy that outlives you. Even a handful of seeds, when placed into fertile soil, can one day cover an entire valley with shade and fruit. That is the mystery of giving. It outlasts the giver. I once heard a story of a young man who gave what little he could to support a ministry. At the time, he thought, "This won't make a difference." But months later, he discovered that his small gift had helped fund a message that reached a family on the brink of despair. That family found hope, and their lives changed forever. His small seed had turned into an abundant harvest. That is how God works. Nothing is wasted. Chosen one, I want you to hear this with peace. You are not pressured. You are free. Your worth is not measured by your giving, and your destiny does not depend on money. This invitation is simply a door, and you choose whether to walk through it. If you feel stirred, step in with joy. If not, know that you are still loved, still chosen, still precious. But if you do give, know this: you are becoming part of a living story. Every gift is like a stone laid in a bridge that carries countless souls from despair to hope. Some will walk across because you cared enough to strengthen the path. And do not underestimate the simple acts: liking, sharing, subscribing. These are not lesser seeds. They are equally powerful. To like is to say, "This word matters." To share is to say, "Let it reach further." To subscribe is to say, "I want to stay connected to the flow of truth." And together, they build a chain that extends light further than one voice ever could alone. Picture it like a bonfire. One person can keep a small flame, but when many gather, each adding wood, the fire becomes a roaring blaze. That is what happens when you engage. You are adding your piece of wood, your flame, your light, and together, it becomes a fire that darkness cannot ignore. Chosen one, giving is not subtraction, it is multiplication. Just as a seed planted in soil multiplies far beyond itself, so your generosity multiplies into lives you may never meet. Some gifts bear fruit quickly, others take years, but all are recorded in heaven. You may forget what you gave, but God never does. And here is a mystery. Often, the very act of releasing what is in your hand opens the way for God to release what He has been holding for you. This is not a transaction. It is trust. It is not payment. It is partnership. When you give, you declare, "I trust that what God has for me is greater than what I release." So, I invite you, like, share, subscribe, And if you feel led, donate, not as duty, but as delight, not as condition, but as choice. This is your moment to be part of something bigger, something lasting, something eternal. Chosen one, every step of obedience, every act of generosity, every seed of faith you release becomes part of your testimony. And in time, you will look back and see how your single act of faith joined countless others to light up the world. Lift your heart, open your hands, and let your response, whatever it may be filled with love. For in the end, it is not about money or metrics, but about hearts touched, lives changed, and light carried further. Chosen one, destiny always brings you to crossroads, places where two paths stand before you. And the weight of your choice determines more than just your next step. These crossroads are not ordinary, they are sacred thresholds. At them, the whisper of heaven grows louder, urging you to align with purpose, while the noise of the world tries to pull you back into comfort. You have already stood at many such points before. Sometimes you chose courage, sometimes fear, sometimes obedience, sometimes delay. Yet even then, grace covered you, carried you, and led you back to the road of destiny. But now, the crossroads before you are sharper, clearer, heavier. They are not just about survival, they are about legacy. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19, proclaims, "This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live." Life and death, blessing and cursing, purpose and distraction, they all stand at this threshold. Your choice is not only for you, but for generations that will come after. What you decide in this season will ripple into your bloodline, shaping stories yet unwritten. Chosen one, standing at the crossroads, is never comfortable. You feel the weight of both paths. One looks easier, familiar ground, no risk, no new stretching. The other feels daunting, uncertain, even frightening. Yet your spirit knows the second path is where destiny waits. It is rarely the wide road. It is often narrow, requiring faith, demanding surrender, but leading to life abundant. I once heard the story of a man who stood at his own crossroads. He had the chance to step into ministry, but hesitated. Afraid of ridicule and loss of stability, he delayed for years until regret consumed him. Though he later found his way, he always carried the ache of knowing he had prolonged his destiny. His story is a warning. Hesitation can cost seasons that may never return. But there are also stories of courage. A young woman once left behind a promising career to serve where God called her. At first, people mocked her, saying she was wasting her talent. Yet years later, her obedience bore fruit in ways no career could have offered. Lives transformed, communities restored, hope ignited. She chose the narrow road, and it led to abundance. Chosen one, which road will you choose? Fear or faith, comfort or courage, delay or obedience? Picture yourself as an archer holding a bow. You can keep the arrow safe, resting, unused, or you can draw it back, feel the tension, and release it toward destiny. The release is scary because it feels like letting go of control, but only in release does the arrow fly. Your choice is the release. Without it, destiny remains, potential but never reality. Crossroads also reveal loyalty. Will you trust your feelings, or will you trust His voice? Feelings shift like shadows, but His word is steady. At every crossroad, your loyalty is tested not because God doubts you, but so you can discover the strength of your own yes. And here is the truth. Heaven leans in when you choose rightly. Angels rejoice. Creation witnesses. And even the enemy trembles. When a chosen one aligns fully with God's call, that is how powerful your decisions are. Yet the beauty of crossroads is this: even if you stumble, grace still writes redemption. God can reroute, reshape, and redeem. But why delay? Why detour? Why add scars when you can choose rightly now? The invitation is before you step into alignment today. Chosen one, to anchor this moment, I want you to act in faith. Right below these simple words, I choose truth. Do not underestimate the power of this declaration. It is more than a comment. It is a covenant. When you type it, you are saying, I will not be swayed by lies. I will not be deceived by temporary illusions. I choose the path of truth, no matter how narrow, because truth always leads to freedom. This act may seem small, but it is a prophetic alignment. Words spoken, even typed, carry spiritual weight. When you declare, I choose truth, you are echoing heaven's invitation and sealing your decision in the sight of God and witnesses unseen. Crossroads come to all, but not all choose well. You have the wisdom of hindsight, the whisper of the Spirit, and the testimony of others who walked before you. Do not waste this moment. Choose boldly. Choose wisely. Choose truth. And once you do, watch as the road unfolds. It may not be easy, but it will be fruitful. It may not be smooth, but it will be holy. It may not be popular, but it will be powerful. For the path of truth is where destiny and glory meet. So stand tall. Chosen one. The crossroads are before you, but you are not afraid. You know the way. You know the voice. And you will declare with your steps, your choices, and your life, I choose truth. Chosen one. Every season of your life has been marked not only by what you gained, but also by what you endured. And in the midst of endurance, there lies a quality that heaven treasures deeply: resilience. Resilience is not the absence of pain, but the strength to rise again despite it. It is the quiet determination that refuses to let despair write the final chapter. When others gave up, you pressed on. When circumstances mocked your prayers, you still lifted your voice. When fear wrapped itself around your chest, you still stepped forward. This resilience is not something you manufactured. It is something God Himself has built within you. You are stronger than you realize, because the Spirit of God has been shaping steel into your soul. The book of James, chapter 1, verses 2 through 4, reminds us, consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. Hence, resilience is forged in fire. It is not a gift handed easily, but a strength earned through trials. And though you did not ask for those trials, they have shaped you into someone unshakable. The winds that tried to knock you down only revealed how deeply your roots run. I recall the story of a soldier who returned home after many battles. People marveled at his scars, but he smiled and said, "These scars are not signs of weakness. They are proof that I healed." In the same way, your scars, emotional, spiritual, even physical, are not evidence of failure. They are evidence of survival. They show that the battle did not destroy you, but instead built you. Resilience also changes how you see time. Before, you may have measured life by quick victories, expecting immediate answers. But resilience teaches you to wait, to endure, to trust the slow process. Just as a mountain is not formed overnight, but through centuries of pressure, your strength has been built slowly, steadily, until it became immovable. Think of bamboo. For years, it grows only underground, invisible to the eye. Then, suddenly, in just weeks, it shoots upward, taller than most trees. The years of hidden growth built resilience that prepared it for rapid breakthrough. That is you, chosen one. The hidden years were not wasted. They built your resilience for a season of sudden rising. Resilience also equips you to lead others. People do not follow those who never fall. They follow those who fall and rise again. Your story of endurance becomes a map for others lost in their valleys. When you share how you survived, others realize they can survive too. Your resilience is not just for you, it is for every soul connected to your testimony. Chosen one. Resilience does not mean you never weep. It does not mean you never question, never tremble, never ache. It means that even through tears, you refuse to quit. It means that when questions swirl, you hold on to faith. It means that trembling does not stop you from walking. Resilience is the courage to keep going when everything else says, stop. The prophet Micah spoke it this way in chapter 7, verse 8. Though I have fallen, I will rise. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light. 1. That declaration could easily be the anthem of your life. You have fallen before, but you rose. You have sat in darkness, but you found light. And that cycle of rising again has made you into someone the enemy fears. Because the truth is this: the enemy cannot defeat someone who refuses to stay down. I remember hearing about a runner who stumbled near the end of a marathon, bloodied and bruised. He could have quit, yet he chose to finish, even if crawling. When asked why, he said, "My country sent me here to finish a race, not just to start one." That is resilience. It is not about speed or perfection, it is about finishing. Chosen one. Resilience is why you are still here. Life struck you, but you refused to surrender. Pain visited, but you refused to build a home for it. Disappointment knocked, but you refused to let it move in. That refusal is holy stubbornness, the kind that makes hell tremble, because it knows, no matter what comes, you will keep rising. And resilience has one more gift. It draws you closer to God. For in the times you thought you had nothing left, you discovered His strength carried you. In the nights you had no words, His Spirit groaned on your behalf. In the days you felt too weak to rise, His hand lifted you. Resilience is not only your strength, it is the testimony of His faithfulness. Chosen one. Never despise the resilience you carry. It is the crown forged in battle. the armor you did not buy but earned. Others may not see it, but heaven does. Every tear counted, every step recorded, every rise noted, and each one becomes part of your eternal testimony. So when the next storm rises, remember this: you have been here before. You know how to endure. You know how to rise. And the same God who carried you then will carry you now. Resilience is not glamorous. It does not always look victorious in the moment, but in the end, it always wins. And you, chosen one, are a proof. Chosen one. Let resilience become your anthem. Wear it like a garment, not hidden in shame, but displayed as proof that you are unbreakable. When others ask how you survived, do not minimize your story. Tell them plainly, it was God who held me. It was His strength that carried me. It was His promise that kept me. That confession turns scars into testimonies. And remember, resilience is not the end, it is the beginning. Each rise prepares you for greater heights. Each survival equips you for greater assignments. You are not just surviving, you are being readied to soar. Chosen one. One of the greatest lessons you will ever learn is the mystery of timing. Not your timing, not the world's timing, but God's timing. There are seasons when everything within you screams, now is the moment. Yet heaven whispers, not yet. And there are times when you feel unprepared, too weak, too unfinished. Yet heaven declares, the time is now. God's timing rarely aligns with human expectation. We measure by clocks and calendars, but heaven measures by readiness and purpose. While you watch the minutes tick by, God watches the heart being prepared, the pieces being aligned, the unseen doors being crafted. His timing is never late. Though it may feel delayed, it is never rushed. Though it may feel sudden. The writer of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, tells us there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. Chosen one. This truth is unshakable. Seasons are real. Some are for planting, some for watering, some for harvesting. Confusion only comes when we demand harvest in planting season or try to rest when it is time to sow. Much of the frustration in your heart has come from fighting the rhythm of God's timing rather than flowing with it. Think of a farmer. He does not despair when he sees no fruit after planting. He does not dig up the seed in impatience. He trusts the season. He knows that unseen roots are forming, that rain will fall. That time will ripen what he cannot rush. In the same way, you must learn to trust seasons. What is hidden now will not remain hidden forever. There are divine delays in your story. Times when you felt abandoned because prayers went unanswered. Yet if you look closely, you will see that the delay protected you. Had the door opened too soon, it would have crushed you under its weight. Had the relationship continued, it would have derailed your destiny. Delay was not denial, it was mercy. I recall the story of a young woman who longed to be married. For years, she wept as others around her celebrated weddings and families. She questioned God's silence. Yet, when her time finally came, she realized why the wait was long. She had been preserved for someone whose calling matched hers perfectly. Looking back, she said, "I thought God was ignoring me, but He was actually protecting me." That is the beauty of divine timing. Chosen one. Sudden moments are also part of God's timing. You may wait years with nothing happening. And then, in a single day, everything changes. Joseph waited in prison for years, forgotten by men, until suddenly he was remembered and elevated to second in command over Egypt. The waiting was long, but the shift was instant. That is the rhythm of divine timing. Slow preparation, sudden promotion. This is why you must remain faithful in the waiting. Do not despise the quiet years. They are sharpening you, humbling you, preparing you for the weight of sudden shifts. If you skip the preparation, you cannot carry the promotion. The palace requires skills forged in the prison. Chosen one. Divine timing also requires surrender. You cannot manipulate seasons. You cannot force doors open or beg them closed. Your task is trust. Trust when it feels too slow. Trust when it feels too sudden. Trust when nothing makes sense. Faith is not proven in receiving quickly. It is proven in waiting patiently and still declaring, God is faithful. Picture a clockmaker crafting a watch. Each tiny gear must be aligned. Each spring wound perfectly. Each piece connected with precision. If even one is rushed or misplaced, the entire watch fails. God's timing works the same way. He aligns circumstances, people, resources, and opportunities with precision. Only when every gear is ready does the clock strike. You may not see the gears turning, but they are. Heaven has not forgotten you. The silence is not inactivity, it is construction. And when the time comes, everything will move with a swiftness that will leave you in awe. Remember Sarah and Abraham. Their promise took decades to manifest. Yet, when Isaac was born, the timing was perfect. It silenced doubt, fulfilled covenant, and brought laughter that echoed across generations. Your promise, too, has an appointed time. Though it tarry, wait for it, it will surely come. Chosen one. You are living in divine rhythm. Seasons have already shifted in your life. Some doors have closed, not because of failure, but because their time expired. New doors are opening, not because you earned them, but because their time has come. This is why sensitivity to God's timing is vital. You must discern when to move and when to be still. There is also danger in rushing. To grasp too soon is to harm what you long for. An unripe fruit may look beautiful, but biting into it too early leaves bitterness. Yet when ripe, the sweetness flows easily. Do not sabotage sweetness by forcing what requires patience. At the same time, do not miss moments by hesitating. When the Spirit says move, delay becomes disobedience. Timing is not only about waiting, it is also about bold obedience when the window opens. Courage and patience walk hand in hand in the dance of divine timing. Chosen one. Lift the burden from your heart. Stop comparing your journey with others. Their timing is not your timing. Their season is not your season. What is early for them may be late for you, and what is late for them may be perfect for you. Heaven writes individual calendars. Trust yours. And know this, divine timing always carries divine purpose. When the door opens, it is not just about your blessing, it is about others connected to your obedience. Your yes at the right time will release freedom, healing, and breakthrough for countless others. You are part of a chain far bigger than you can see. So, rest. Chosen one. Trust the clockmaker. Trust the seasons. Trust the one who knows the end from the beginning. His timing is flawless. It may stretch your patience, but it will never fail. And when the appointed time arrives, you will see that every delay was necessary. Every silence was purposeful. Every season was sacred. You will step into promise not a moment too late, not a moment too early, but exactly on time. Chosen one, you have walked through fire, endured silence, embraced pruning, and trusted timing. And now, you are arriving at the edge of something new. This edge is not a wall, it is a threshold. A threshold into promises long awaited, into breakthroughs long prayed for, into assignments heaven has been preparing you for in secret. The question is no longer if, the question is, are you ready to step through? Crossing thresholds requires courage. It is easier to remain in the familiar, even if the familiar is painful. The unknown feels frightening, and stepping into it demands trust beyond reason. Yet, every chosen one is eventually brought to this line, the place where they must choose to stay in safety or walk into destiny. The scriptures declare, in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." And this command echoes across centuries into your heart today. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to move forward in spite of it. Discouragement will come, but you are told not to dwell there. Why? Because presence changes everything. The Lord your God goes with you, not just behind, not just above, but with you. Thresholds also demand letting go. You cannot carry old baggage into new seasons. Israel could not cling to Egypt while entering Canaan. Lot's wife could not look back to Sodom while stepping forward into safety. And you, chosen one, cannot drag old bitterness, fear, or unforgiveness into the land of promise. They will not survive there, and they will weigh you down. Think of a traveler boarding a flight. The airline has weight limits, not because they wish to punish, but because excess weight endangers the journey. In the same way, heaven has weight limits for your destiny. Some things, some people, some habits cannot board with you. To cross the threshold, you must release them. I once heard of a man who carried a box of broken glass everywhere he went. He was unwilling to let it go, convinced it still had value, but in truth, it only cut him deeper the longer he held it. When he finally released it, his hands healed, and he was able to carry something far more precious. That is what your letting go will feel like, painful at first, healing soon after, and freedom always. Chosen one. Thresholds are also marked by tests of obedience. Before Israel entered their promised land, they had to march around Jericho in silence for 7 days. The command seemed strange, even foolish, but obedience tore down walls that no weapon could. At thresholds, God often asks you to do things that stretch logic. The test is not about the action itself. It is about proving that your heart is ready for the new season. This is why I want to give you a prophetic act to anchor this moment. Right below the number 777. This number is symbolic of completion, divine perfection, and covenant fulfillment. By typing it, you are declaring, I choose to step through my threshold. I align with heaven's timing. I will not shrink back. I will move into the land prepared for me. Chosen one, do not underestimate this act. Writing 777 is not superstition, it is agreement. It is like striking your foot across the line and saying, "This is it. I step forward. I will not return to Egypt. I will not look back at Sodom. I am crossing over." Thresholds are also places of warfare. The enemy hates transition because he knows what lies ahead for you. This is why attacks intensify at the edge. Confusion, distraction, discouragement, they rise louder just before breakthrough. If you feel that storm around you now, take it as confirmation you are standing at the threshold. But remember this, the enemy cannot stop what heaven has ordained. He can only whisper lies to make you quit before you cross. Silence his lies with truth. Declare aloud, "I am chosen. I am crossing over. I am stepping into destiny." Picture a caterpillar at the edge of its cocoon. It has struggled, pressed, fought, nearly given up. Yet, when the final push comes, it emerges into flight. The cocoon was never meant to be a coffin, it was the threshold. And so it is with you, chosen one. Thresholds are holy. They are where old seasons end and new ones begin. They are where promises move from words to reality. They are where tears of sorrow turn into tears of joy. Do not fear this edge. Do not shrink back. Step boldly, and as you step, remember, you are not stepping alone. The one who parted seas, who silenced lions, who shook prisons, who raised the dead, he steps with you. His hand steadies yours. His voice guides yours. His spirit strengthens yours. You cannot fail when he walks beside you. So lift your head, straighten your shoulders, look at the line before you, and with courage, declare, "This is my threshold, and I will cross it." Chosen one. Type 777 as your prophetic marker. Let it be your digital footprint of faith, your declaration in the presence of heaven and earth that you are stepping into what has been prepared for you. And then, walk, step through, move forward, cross over, for the land ahead is waiting. The promises ahead are calling, and your destiny is unfolding. Chosen one. Every story that carries weight in eternity is never written alone. There are always unseen hands, supporting hearts, and willing souls that make the journey possible. Even your presence here, listening and receiving these words, is not isolated. It is connected to the faithfulness of others who carried the flame before you. And now you are invited to carry it further. This moment is holy because it reminds us that light was never meant to stay in one place. It is passed, shared, multiplied. Think of a single candle in a dark hall, alone. It seems small, fragile, flickering, but when one candle lights another and another, the hall transforms into a sea of flame. That is what happens when you engage. Every like, every share, every subscription is not just interaction, it is multiplication. When you like, you affirm, this message has value. When you share, you open a door for someone else wandering in their own valley to stumble upon hope. When you subscribe, you declare, I want to remain connected to this flow of strength. Each act is like striking a match, ensuring the flame does not die out, but spreads. But there is something deeper. There are times when you are invited to not only pass the flame, but to add oil to the lamp. so the fire burns brighter and longer. This is the heart behind giving. Hear me clearly, this is not obligation, not transaction, not requirement. This is invitation, an act of love, a seed of faith, a choice of generosity. The Word of God declares in Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 25, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." All chosen one. This is not a demand. It is an eternal principle. Every like, every share, every subscription, and every donation is like pouring cool water into the hands of another weary soul. You may think it small, but heaven sees it as refreshing the thirsty, and as Scripture promises, those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed. Imagine a well in the desert. Each traveler who finds it is saved from collapse. But the well does not stay full by accident. Someone must pour into it. Maintain it. Guard it. Your donation is like drawing from your own cup to refill the well so that many more travelers, many more weary souls can find life. You may never see their faces, but heaven records their gratitude connected to your gift. Or picture a bridge spanning a raging river. Thousands cross it safely because someone cared enough to build and sustain it. Giving is like laying new stones on that bridge, ensuring it remains strong for others who must cross. Without those stones, the bridge would weaken. With them, it endures for generations. Think of it this way. Your gift is like planting a tree whose shade you may never sit under, but countless others will. Long after the seed leaves your hand, it will provide rest, nourishment, and beauty to people you may never meet. That is the mystery of giving. It writes stories beyond your lifetime. Or think of it like this. Your donation is a melody added to a great symphony. One note alone may sound small, but when joined with others, it creates music that fills the world. Without your note, the song is incomplete. With it, harmony rises, reaching hearts you may never meet. Chosen one. Generosity is never measured by size, but by heart. Some may give large amounts, others small, but in the eyes of heaven, the widow's 2 small coins outweighed the riches of the wealthy because she gave with love. Your gift, no matter how it looks to man, is precious in God's sight when it is released freely. I recall the testimony of a man who gave a simple gift, hardly noticeable in his own eyes. Yet later he learned that his offering helped fund a message that reached a family on the brink of despair. That family found hope, healing, and salvation. He wept when he realized that his small act had eternal impact. That is how heaven multiplies seeds. You never know how far they will travel. And here is the beauty. Giving is not subtraction, it is planting. When a farmer releases seeds from his hand, it looks like loss, but he knows the ground will return a harvest far greater. What you release is not gone, it is growing. Heaven waters it, nurtures it, and in time, multiplies it back into your life in ways you could never calculate. Chosen one. I want to speak gently to your heart. If you feel stirred, if you sense the Spirit nudging, then consider adding oil to this flame. Donate not because you are pressured, not because you are forced, but because you see the value of this light and desire for it to reach further. It is always voluntary, always free, always your choice. But when you step in, you become part of something greater than yourself. And do not overlook the simple acts. Liking, sharing, subscribing, these too are gifts. They cost nothing, yet mean everything. They are the small hinges on which great doors swing. Together with generosity, they form a symphony of engagement that amplifies the voice of truth across nations. Chosen one, I honor your heart. Whether you give or not, whether you engage now or later, know this: you are loved. You are chosen. Your value is not determined by what you release from your hand, but by who you are in the eyes of God. Giving is never a condition. It is a privilege, a chance to partner with heaven in carrying light further. So pause and reflect. Do you feel the nudge to act, to like, to share, to subscribe, to donate? Follow that nudge with peace, not pressure. For when it comes from love, it always bears fruit. And remember, every seed has a harvest. Every gift leaves a legacy. Every act of engagement writes another line in the story of hope. You may never know how many lives you touch, but heaven knows, and eternity will one day show you. Chosen one, you are not just a receiver of light, you are a carrier of it. And when you pass it on, full it, and plant it, the ripple will outlast you. That is the beauty of being part of God's chosen ones. We are not here just to survive, but to shine, to multiply, to build eternal impact together. Chosen one. There are moments in your journey where you must pause and look inward, not at what surrounds you, not at what others say about you, but at the fire within. That fire is your faith. Sometimes it blazes like a roaring bonfire. Other times, it flickers like a fragile flame, barely clinging to life. Yet no matter its size, it remains alive. And as long as it is alive, it can grow. Faith has always been the anchor of the chosen ones. It is not about knowing every answer, not about having every resource, not about feeling strong at every moment. It is about believing, even when the evidence tells you to quit. It is about saying, I will trust God, when everything in your flesh tells you to doubt. Scripture reminds us in the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, verse 1. Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. Lambo. Faith is the boldness to step where the ground has not yet appeared. It is the courage to build an ark when the sky is still clear. It is the willingness to march around Jericho's walls when they have not yet cracked. Faith does not wait for proof. It creates proof by trusting God's word. Chosen one. Your faith has been tested. Life has thrown storms, delays, betrayals, and questions at you. There were nights when you lay awake, wondering if prayer even mattered anymore. There were days when you asked, God, do you still hear me? And yet, here you are, still holding on, still carrying that small flame of belief. That in itself is victory. Think of a coal deep in a fire pit. Even when the flame seems gone, the coal glows faintly. With the slightest breath, it bursts back into fire. That is your faith. It has never died. It has only awaited the breath of God to fan it alive again. Faith also grows in silence. Abraham waited decades for his promise. Joseph waited years in prison. Even Jesus spent 30 years in preparation before 3 years of ministry. The silence was not wasted, it was shaping faith. If silence surrounds you, it is not abandonment, it is preparation. Your faith is being strengthened in hidden places, I once heard the story of a woman who prayed for healing for years without seeing results. Friends told her to give up. Doctors gave little hope. Yet she refused to stop believing. Eventually, breakthrough came, not instantly, not in her way, but in God's. She said afterward, "My healing wasn't just about my body. It was about my faith being reborn." That is the kind of faith you carry, the faith that survives fire and emerges stronger. Chosen one. This is why your declaration matters. What you speak shapes what you believe. Heaven listens to your words, and so does your own soul. That is why today I ask you to write below these words, faith over fear. Endvo. This declaration is not casual, it is covenant. When you type it, you are saying, "My faith will not collapse under pressure. My hope will not wither in silence. My trust will not crumble in storms. I choose faith, not fear." Think about it. A tree with deep roots does not panic when winds howl. It bends. It sways. It cracks. But it does not break. Why? Because its foundation is secure. That is you. When you write faith over fear, you remind yourself and the unseen world that your roots are in the rock of ages. Faith also inspires others. When someone sees you still believing after all you endured, it awakens hope in them. Your faith becomes a testimony. Your words of faith over fear might be exactly what another weary soul needs to read today. Your comment may become their confirmation. And here is the secret. Standing firm in faith is not about never trembling. It is about refusing to fall, even if your knees shake, even if your hands tremble, even if your voice cracks. As long as you say, "I will not quit," you are living faith over fear. That is the faith heaven honors. Chosen one. Storms will come again. Questions will rise again. Delays will test you again. But now you know the secret. You can endure them. Because your faith is rooted not in what you see, but in who you know. And He has never failed. So, breathe deep. Plant your feet. Lift your head. Declare with boldness. Faith over fear. And when you do, watch as heaven breathes fresh wind into your flame, turning what seemed like a fading coal into a fire that cannot be extinguished. This is your moment. Declare it. Live it. Faith over fear. Chosen one. When you declare faith over fear, you are not just making a statement, you are shifting atmospheres. Fear thrives in silence, but faith rises through confession. Speaking faith aloud breaks the grip of lies that whisper in the dark. This simple act becomes a shield. Each time fear knocks at your door, your declaration answers first. It says, "You will not control me. You will not silence me. You will not own me." Faith steps forward where fear retreats, and over time, this pattern builds resilience. Your heart learns to default, to trust rather than panic. Your mind begins to think with hope instead of dread. Even your body feels lighter when fear no longer rules your decisions. So, remember, every time you whisper faith over fear, you are feeding the flame inside you. Small declarations grow into unshakable belief, and belief, when rooted in God's promises, will always carry you into victory. Stand tall. Chosen one. Faith has already won. Chosen one. There is a realm of your journey that is often overlooked but deeply significant. the shaping of your character. Gifts can open doors, but it is character that keeps those doors from closing. Anointing may elevate you, but it is integrity that sustains you at the heights. This is why heaven invests so much in the unseen, often painful process of refining who you are. You have felt this refining, the sting of conviction, the weight of correction, the tension of trials that exposed weaknesses you wanted to ignore. And yet, each one was not punishment, it was love. For a father who truly loves his children will never allow them to build castles on sand. He ensures the foundation is strong before adding the weight of promise. The scriptures remind us in Romans, chapter 5, verses 3 and 4. We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, character, and character, hope. Oh, do you see the divine sequence? Suffering leads to perseverance. Perseverance leads to character. Character leads to hope. None of it is wasted. Each step builds upon the other. What you once thought was random pain was actually strategic shaping. Think of gold in the fire. Heat does not destroy, it purifies. The impurities rise to the surface only to be removed, leaving a metal that gleams brighter and endures longer. That is what has been happening in your soul. Every hardship that revealed pride, fear, or selfishness was God drawing impurities to the surface so that they could be stripped away. Painful, yes, but necessary for purity. Character is what determines your response when no one is watching. It is the unseen choices, the silent sacrifices, the integrity kept in shadows. Fame may disguise a shallow soul, but when the spotlight fades, only character remains. This is why heaven treasures character more than charisma. The crowd may be moved by your talent, but God is moved by your truth. I once heard the story of a businessman who had the chance to cheat and gain immense wealth. No one would have known. He wrestled with temptation, but ultimately chose integrity, sacrificing riches for righteousness. Years later, that decision became the foundation of his influence, as people trusted his word because they knew his character was unshakable. That is the fruit of refinement. Chosen one. Do not despise the moments where you felt stripped of opportunities or confronted by conviction. Those were not setbacks, they were construction. God was not withholding, He was building. Each time you chose honesty over deceit, humility over pride, patience over haste, you added another stone to the foundation of your destiny. And character, once refined, becomes armor. It shields you from the traps that destroy many. How often have leaders risen quickly, only to fall because their gifts outpaced their integrity? How often have people tasted glory, only to collapse under the weight of hidden flaws? God loves you too much to let that be your story. This is why He takes His time refining you, ensuring that when you rise, you remain. Think of a tree planted by streams of water. Its fruit comes in season, its leaves do not wither, and its roots dig deep. Storms may shake it, winds may whip it, but it stands. Why? Because its roots, its character run deep into the unseen soil. That is you, chosen one. You are becoming unshakable, not because storms will cease, but because your roots are strong. Character also draws favor. People may admire gifts, but they trust character. Doors open not only because of what you can do, but because of who you are. employers, leaders, friends, and even strangers sense when someone carries integrity. It is like fragrance, subtle but undeniable, and heaven delights to place favor upon those whose hearts remain pure. Chosen one. This refinement may have felt lonely. Others seemed to rush ahead while you lingered in waiting. But understand this: you were not being left behind, you were being fortified. Quick rises often lead to quick falls. Slow shaping builds eternal stability. You are not behind. You are being prepared for a platform that will not collapse beneath you. Consider Joseph again. His character was tested in Potiphar's house and in prison before he stood before Pharaoh. Had he compromised in secrecy, his destiny would have crumbled in the open. But because he chose righteousness in hidden places, he was entrusted with authority in public spaces. The pit, the prison, the betrayal. They were all classrooms of character. Chosen one. You too are in those classrooms. And though the lessons hurt, the diploma is priceless. Integrity cannot be bought. It is forged. Humility cannot be faked. It is lived. Patience cannot be rushed. It is grown. Each day of testing is a day of construction, shaping a vessel that can carry glory without cracking. And here is the beauty. Character gives birth to hope. As Paul wrote, suffering leads to perseverance, perseverance to character, and character to hope. Hope is not flimsy optimism. It is unshakable expectation rooted in proven faith. You can hope boldly for tomorrow because your character has been tested today. You know that what God builds will last. And so you live with a steady, resilient hope. So, chosen one, embrace the refining. Do not resent the fire. Do not despise the correction. See it for what it truly is. Love in action. A God unwilling to leave you fragile, determined to make you unbreakable. You are becoming someone who cannot be bought, cannot be shaken, cannot be easily swayed. You are becoming a vessel of integrity, carrying weight that will outlast applause. And when the time comes, the world will not only hear your words or see your gifts, they will trust your life, because it radiates character forged by God Himself. Stand steady. Then, the fire has not come to destroy you, but to define you, and the character being shaped in you now is the very crown you will wear in seasons to come. Chosen one. There is a dimension of your calling that often feels heavier than the rest, the mantle of responsibility. Being chosen is not only about receiving blessings, it is about carrying weight. The crown on your head is also a yoke on your shoulders. Many admire the shine of the crown but do not perceive the hidden pressure it brings. Yet, you, by God's design, have been entrusted with this weight because heaven knows what you are capable of bearing. Responsibility is sacred. It is the proof that you are trusted. To carry responsibility means that God looks at you and says, "This one can be trusted with more." The parable of the talents teaches this principle. Those who are faithful with little are entrusted with much. Responsibility is not random. It is a sign of maturity, a sign that your faithfulness has been noticed. But the mantle of responsibility can feel lonely. Others may not understand the decisions you must make, the sacrifices you must endure, the prayers you must carry through sleepless nights. They may admire your strength, but never see the tears you shed in private. This is the paradox of being chosen, celebrated in public, crushed in private. And yet, it is in those private places that God himself draws near to strengthen you. The prophet Isaiah declared in chapter 41, verse 10, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." End 1. Chosen one. This is heaven's promise for those who carry heavy mantles. You will not bear it alone. The righteous right hand of God steadies your steps. The weight may remain, but his strength will sustain you under it. You are not collapsing, you are being upheld. Responsibility also shapes identity. When you carry weight for others, you realize life is not about self alone. Your prayers are no longer just for your own needs, but for your family, your community, your nation. Your choices are no longer just about your comfort, but about your legacy. This is maturity, the shift from me to we, from self-preservation to kingdom stewardship. Consider Moses. He carried the weight of an entire nation, often misunderstood, often resisted, often exhausted. Yet, his faithfulness in bearing that responsibility left a legacy that shaped history. You too carry weight not only for yourself, but for those who will walk after you. Your endurance today builds a road for future generations to walk with greater ease. Responsibility also requires boundaries. You cannot pour from an empty vessel. Many chosen ones burn out because they mistake self-sacrifice for self-destruction. Hear this clearly. God does not call you to destroy yourself. He calls you to steward yourself. Rest is not rebellion, it is worship. Boundaries are not selfish, they are wisdom. To carry responsibility for the long run, you must learn when to pour out and when to be refilled. I once heard of a leader who gave relentlessly until his body collapsed. Only then did he realize that by neglecting himself, he had limited his ability to help others. From that moment, he began to practice rhythms of rest, prayer, and renewal, and he discovered that when he cared for his vessel, his capacity to serve others multiplied. That is the wisdom you must carry too. Chosen one. Responsibility often comes with hidden rewards when you stay faithful in small, unseen acts. Heaven begins to entrust you with greater authority. You may feel invisible now, carrying burdens no one applauds. But God sees, and in time, the mantle that felt heavy will transform into honor. What you bore in secret will be celebrated in eternity. Picture a shepherd tending sheep. To outsiders, it looks mundane, even pointless. Yet, in heaven's eyes, that shepherd is being trained to lead nations. David's faithfulness with sheep prepared him for kingship. What you carry now may seem small, but it is training for greater thrones. Responsibility also refines character. It exposes pride, testing whether you carry for recognition or for love. It tests endurance, proving whether you serve only in ease or also in hardship. And it tests faith, asking whether you rely on your own strength or God's. These tests are not meant to break you. They are meant to reveal the unshakable foundation God has built within you. Chosen one. Do not despise the mantle on your shoulders. It is proof of trust, evidence of growth, and seed for legacy. You may not always feel strong enough to carry it, but strength is not demanded of you. It is supplied to you. The hand of God does not merely assign responsibility, it empowers you for it. So walk with steady steps. Let the weight remind you that you are trusted. Let the responsibility remind you that you are chosen not for comfort, but for calling. And let the presence of God remind you that you are never alone beneath the mantle. And when the journey feels too heavy, return to the source. Lay your burdens before Him. Breathe in His Spirit. Rest in His promise. For in His presence, strength is renewed, hope is restored, and courage is reborn. Chosen one, your responsibility is not punishment, it is privilege. It is not meant to crush you, it is meant to crown you. Bear it with grace, carry it with faith, and know that heaven itself walks with you under the weight of your mantle. Chosen one, there is one reality you must face with courage. The battle is not only around you, but also within you. External enemies can be fought with strategy and prayer. But the inner war, the one raging in your mind, your heart, your thoughts, that is where the fiercest battles are often fought. And yet, it is in that battleground that the greatest victories are also won. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verses 4 and 5. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. Your thoughts are not neutral. They shape your actions, your emotions, your future. A single seed of doubt, if watered, can grow into despair. A single lie, if believed, can chain you for years. But the same is true of truth. A single promise, if received, can set you free. A single declaration, if repeated, can build courage into your bones. This is why the battle of the mind matters so much. Chosen one, how many times have you found yourself trapped, not by circumstances, but by thoughts? The whispers that say you are not enough, that your prayers are wasted, that your future is bleak. Those whispers feel real, but they are lies. They are shadows pretending to be substance. And just as light exposes shadows, truth exposes lies. Consider a warrior entering battle. He wears armor not just to protect his body, but to strengthen his confidence. Without armor, he feels vulnerable. With armor, he steps boldly. In the same way, truth is your armor. When your mind is clothed with God's word, you walk into life with courage, not fear. This inner war also demands discipline. Taking thoughts captive is not passive, it is active. When fear rises, you must answer it with faith. When lies surface, you must strike them with truth. When despair whispers, you must sing hope louder. This is not denial, it is warfare. And every chosen one must become a warrior in their own mind. I recall the story of a man who battled addiction for years. The substances were chains, yes, but the deeper prison was in his thoughts. He believed he was too far gone, too broken, too hopeless. But when truth entered, when he finally grasped that God still loved him, still called him, still had plans for him, the chains began to break. His body followed where his mind first found freedom. Chosen one, this is why you must guard what enters your thoughts. Words you hear, images you see, voices you entertain. These are seeds. Some bear life, some bear death. You cannot allow poison to remain planted in your mind. Weed it out with truth. Plan promise. Water them with prayer, and watch as a garden of peace replaces the wasteland of fear. The battle within also reveals identity. If the enemy fights so hard for your mind, it is because your mind carries destiny. It fears your clarity, your courage, your conviction. Confusion is his weapon, but clarity is your shield. When you know who you are and whose you are, his lies lose power. Think of Jesus in the wilderness. Satan tempted him with half-truths and twisted words. Yet every time, Jesus responded with scripture, "It is written." That is the model for you. Do not debate lies, declare truth. Do not entertain whispers, answer them with the word. That is how you win the inner war. Chosen one, you may feel weary in this battle. The constant stream of thoughts, the waves of anxiety, the darts of doubt, it can feel relentless. But you are not defenseless. You have divine weapons: prayer, scripture, worship, declarations, and the Spirit within you. These are not weak tools, they are mighty weapons, able to demolish strongholds built over years. And remember, progress is often gradual. Strongholds may not collapse in a day, but with every declaration, every prayer, every act of resistance, another brick falls, day by day, lie by lie. The fortress crumbles until freedom shines through. Do not despise small victories. They are stepping stones to complete freedom. I once met someone who overcame crippling fear. For years, she could not even step outside without panic, but she began a small practice. Every morning, she declared aloud a promise of God. At first, nothing changed, but over months, her mind began to shift. Fear's grip weakened, peace returned, and eventually she walked in freedom. Her victory did not come overnight, it came through persistence. Chosen one. That same persistence is yours. Do not expect the war to end quickly, but know that it will end in victory. Every battle you fight in your mind strengthens you for greater battles ahead. And with each victory, you not only free yourself, but also gain authority to help others find freedom in their own wars. The inner war also reminds you of dependence. You cannot win it by sheer willpower. You need grace. You need the Spirit. You need truth greater than your own thoughts. This humility is not weakness, it is strength. For when you lean on God, His power perfects your weakness. So, chosen one, rise as a warrior within, guard your thoughts, wield truth, speak promises, demolish lies. Do not tolerate the shadows of doubt. Shine light into them with declarations of faith. And when the war feels fierce, remember, you are not fighting alone. The Spirit within you intercedes with groans too deep for words. And the one who began a good work in you will carry it to completion. Your victory in the inner war is not just survival, it is transformation. A renewed mind, a purified heart, a strengthened spirit. And from that place, you will not only live free, but lead others into freedom. Chosen one, you have walked this journey through valleys and mountains, storms and still waters, nights of silence and mornings of song. You have heard the whispers of destiny, felt the weight of trials, and discovered the resilience hidden inside your soul. And now, as you approach the closing of this chapter, it is not an end, it is a beginning. For everything spoken, every image painted, every scripture revealed has been preparing you for what lies beyond. This is the mystery of the chosen ones. Life is not linear, it is layered. Each season is both a conclusion and a preparation. When one door closes, another is already being unlocked. When one battle ends, new strength has already been imparted for the next. You are never abandoned at the finish line. You are equipped for the next race. The writer of Hebrews, chapter 12, verses 1 and 2, exhorts us, "Let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us, fixing our eyes on Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of faith. For the joy set before him, he endured the cross, scorning its shame, and sat down at the right hand of the throne of God." I'm chosen one. This is your calling, to keep running, to keep moving, to keep your eyes fixed, not on distractions, but on the one who has gone before you. The race is not random. It is marked out, tailored, divinely designed. Every detour, every delay, every acceleration has been woven into this divine race. And just as Jesus endured and was crowned with glory, so too will you endure and be crowned. The final stretch of any race is the hardest. Muscle ash, lungspurn. Doubts scream louder than cheers. But it is also the most rewarding, because the finish line is near. You have felt this in your spirit, the tension of exhaustion mixed with the thrill of nearing completion. This is where perseverance matters most. Not in the easy beginnings, but in the grueling ends. Chosen one, you have already proven endurance. You have run when others stopped, pressed forward when others turned back, clung to promises when others mocked. That endurance has not gone unnoticed. Heaven applauds your perseverance, for it testifies not to your strength, but to God's sustaining power within you. This journey has also revealed transformation. Think back to who you were when it began fragile, uncertain, questioning your worth. And look now at who you have become: resilient, refined, aware of your calling. The trials did not diminish you, they defined you. The delays did not destroy you, they deepened you. You are no longer who you once were, and that is the greatest testimony. I once heard of a potter who refused to sell cracked pots, no matter how beautiful they looked on the outside. He said, "The cracks will not show until the pressure comes." That is why he kept the clay in the fire until it was truly ready. In the same way, God has kept you in fires longer than you wanted, not to break you, but to ensure that when pressure comes, you will not crack. The fire has finished its work. You are ready. Chosen one. The culmination of this journey is not applause from men, but alignment with heaven. You are stepping into a season where your life itself becomes prophecy. People will not just hear your words, they will read your story. Your scars will speak of survival. Your character will testify of refinement. Your endurance will proclaim God's faithfulness. And what is ahead? Greater responsibility. Yes, but also greater glory. The mantle you carry will be heavier, but so will the strength poured into you. The platforms may be wider, but so will the humility anchoring you. This is not the end of struggle, but it is the end of confusion. You will no longer question whether you are chosen. You will walk confidently in it. Chosen one. Do not look at the future with fear. The same God who carried you through yesterday is already waiting in tomorrow. His provision is prepared. His grace is sufficient. His presence is assured. You do not step into the unknown, you step into His known. And never forget, you do not walk alone. Other chosen ones march alongside you. Some visible, some unseen. Angels surround you, cheering you on. The great cloud of witnesses watches with joy. You are part of a story much larger than yourself. Your obedience today is building hope for generations you may never meet. So, lift your eyes, straighten your shoulders, breathe deep, and take the next step. The journey is not over. It has only just begun. Every word you have received is now fuel for the road ahead. Every vision you have glimpsed is now direction for your steps. Every battle you have won is now authority to help others win. Chosen one. Run your race with fire. Walk your path with courage. Live your story with faith. And when the final chapter of your earthly journey is written, it will testify of one truth above all, that you were chosen, refined, and faithful to the end. And remember, chosen one. The end of one chapter is only the beginning of another. Eternity does not measure your life by the years you lived, but by the faith you carried. Every act of obedience echoes beyond time. Every prayer whispered in the night rises as incense before the throne. And every sacrifice made in love becomes treasure that cannot decay. When the world forgets, heaven remembers. When men overlook, God honors. And when your story is finally told in eternity, it will not be marked by what you owned or accomplished, but by how faithfully you walked with Him. That is the legacy of the chosen, not fleeting applause, but everlasting impact. So do not fear the future, for the same hand that held you yesterday will guide you tomorrow. Do not question your worth, for your scars have become crowns. Your tears have become rivers of life, and your endurance has become testimony. Chosen one, rise with assurance. Your journey continues. Your destiny unfolds, and your crown awaits. You were chosen not to merely exist, but to burn brightly, to love deeply, and to finish gloriously. The race is not over. It has only just begun in eternity. Chosen one, you have reached the end of this journey, but in truth, it is not an ending, it is a beginning. 30 chapters of revelation, encouragement, and truth have been poured into you, shaping, refining, and awakening what has always been within. And now, as this message closes, the question is not whether you are chosen, you know you are. The real question is, what will you do with what you have received? Every seed planted in you must now be watered. Words cannot remain just words. They must take root, grow, and bear fruit. This is why your response matters. The simple act of engagement, liking, sharing, subscribing, commenting, donating may seem small in the moment, but it is how seeds are multiplied. It is how the fire spreads. Think of a lamp in the night. Alone, it illuminates only a small space. But when that light is shared, carried into other rooms, placed on other tables, suddenly the whole house shines. When you share this message, you are carrying the flame into someone else's darkness. When you subscribe, you are choosing to remain connected to the flow of light. When you comment, you are leaving behind a prophetic marker that others may stumble upon and draw strength from. And when you donate, you are not losing, you are fueling oil into the lamp, so it never burns out. Chosen one. This is why your engagement matters. It is not about metrics, it is about momentum. The harvest cannot come if the seeds are never sown. By your simple acts, you are sowing into a harvest you may never fully see in this lifetime, but one that will echo in eternity. And let me speak gently to your heart about generosity. Donate not because you feel pressured, but because you feel prompted. Think of your gift as water poured onto dry ground. At first, the soil looks unchanged, but give it time, and green shoots appear. Birds nest. Flowers bloom. Fruit ripens, all because you watered the soil. What may seem like a small gift in your eyes can become the very lifeline that restores someone else's hope. Or imagine your giving as adding a brick to a great cathedral being built. Alone, your brick may not look like much, but when placed alongside countless others, it becomes part of an unshakable structure that will stand for generations. That is what happens when you give. You are helping build something larger than yourself. And if this message has stirred something deep in you, I invite you to leave a comment below. Write even just a few words that capture your heart in this moment. I'm ready. I will shine. Or whatever truth rises in your spirit. Your words may be exactly what another weary soul needs to read today. A comment is not just text, it is a spark of encouragement left for the next traveler who comes this way. So here is the invitation. If this message has blessed you, like it so others can find it. Share it with someone who may be on the edge of giving up. Subscribe so you never miss the next word of encouragement. Comment to seal your own declaration and to inspire another. And if you feel led, donate, knowing you are adding your brick, your drop of water, your oil to the lamp. None of these are requirements. They are invitations, doors you can choose to walk through, and each one carries impact far greater than you may ever realize. Chosen one. As you step away from these words, know this: you are loved, you are chosen, you are seen, and you are part of a greater movement of light. Do not hide your flame, let it shine. Do not withhold your seed, sow it freely. Do not walk alone. Stay connected, engaged, and faithful, for the story is not over. The journey continues. And your response today may be the spark that ignites someone else's tomorrow. Sorrise. Act. And carry the light forward. Heaven is watching. Eternity is recording. And the world is waiting for the light you carry.